All right. We're back. How do you do this? Doing, man. Yeah, it helps if I got my chat, I guess. I am right. How's everybody doing tonight? Bear with a second here to open chat bot. Let me know if things are working or not as well, as every time I feel like I take a break, everything breaks. Okay. Last couple things before we talk about charity event we're doing for 9 days. Not really this month. Here we go. What's up, Rad, Ace, Ducky, Lude, a Thieve, Rad again. Bear with me one second. Who was that? Hey, Grim with the raid. Let's go. Appreciate that, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Okay. I think we're good. All right. How was your vacation? Do anything exciting? Well, there was ups and downs. There was ups and downs. So normally we go to Mexico with my family in like October. Or sorry, not October, November. So this year we went a little earlier, and don't get me wrong, it was great, but there was 2 hurricanes right around us, so it was like tropical rain, which didn't necessarily suck, but and then it was like 90+% humidity, which was also kind of crazy. So it was a little toasty at times. Compared to November, it cools off a lot and the heat's a lot drier, so it wasn't bad. But we swam in the pool a lot. My son was literally obsessed, so we literally swam in the pool like all day, every day, which was all good. Had a friend and his girlfriend come, which was fun, and my wife's mom and her husband also showed up for a little while because they have a timeshare thing that they do, so they came and stayed with us. So it was a good time. The major downside was the day before we left, or sorry, the night before we left, I got a stomach bug and I puked my brains out for like 10 o'clock at night to 4 in the morning. It was so incredibly miserable that we moved our flight back a day and stayed an extra day because I was like, and my son got it too, so he was puking his brains out, and my wife was just sitting there watching us for 8 hours. It was miserable, but we got an extra day out of it because I was not about to get on a plane with a 2-year-old that was throwing up. So that was not ideal, but honestly could have been worse. Oh, jeez. He's got to do that right now. Can't even jump hardly. Ouch, I suck. Oh, I really suck. Good thing we're doing base reviews and not playing tonight. Holy cow. That was embarrassing. My only when I want to watch a stream, I'm lagging. I don't know, man. Do we get to know if you're a judge? I don't know yet. It's been heavily hinted towards. But I would say this whole event is not necessarily like the most. It's just content creators organizing it and having fun with it. So it's not necessarily like incredibly well organized. We're kind of just winging it as we go. So I have a feeling I will be. It was Jade's suggestion, so, and he's like, it's C Dinky, Jade, and Apex, like Apex Predator. I'm pretty sure is his full name on the Grounded Discord. So they're kind of running it all and making it happen. But I think a handful of us creators will vote for bases, and then the community will decide on the top 5 or whatever and who actually wins. So should be interesting. What's up, Alfredo? Chat. Travis, one cap chap. Words are tough, man. A handful of M&Ms is kind of what it sounds like. It's not anything crazy, I can promise that. Is Rad's base today? Yes, I believe so. Yeah. It is long. We have some big bases, so I'm not going to, like, promise we're getting to anything. There's some, like, really big bases for us to look at. And I am... brains all over the place, so I'm afraid this wolf spider is going to try to come kill me again. And I'm not going to be ready. Oh, man. Wasn't sure if the devs were doing like a walkthrough in a casually grounded. No, it's the devs aren't involved at all. It's all content creators doing this thing. But vacation was good. CXR, welcome in. Celebrate Grim. Thank you, man. Oh, the 40 bits. Yeah, speaking of bugs that are bad for your health, seriously, it was so miserable. Ugh. Oh, so miserable. I hate getting sick like that. It's like the worst. It just happens so rarely. It's just miserable. That's the second time I've ever gotten sick in Mexico in 31, almost 30, I've been like 32 years I've been going. So I don't get sick often, but man, does it suck. Been hanging for these bills. Good to see you back. Hope you got a getaway too, of course. Yes, it was good. Sucks being back. Craziness. Sorry, my brain's all over the place today. I'm gonna have to like get back into this. My wife quit her job today, so that's been a whole thing. Not a bad thing or anything, but it's just like, all right, we got things going. Trying to organize all the bases, try to figure out what I'm doing for stream, get everything set back up. My brain is mush. And then we don't have childcare. That's part of the reason she quit her job. We don't have childcare till my my mom is back in a month, I guess 5 weeks. So we're like, kid at home all day, trying to work, trying to do stream stuff, trying to get things together, make dinner, make him food. I was like, oh, my brain is mush. It's one of those times. Yeah, it's like you leave. I got to leave for 10 days? 10 full days I was on vacation, and then you come back to like almost more chaos. At least my wife's working until the end of this week, and then she's done next week. So that'll make it a lot easier. Don't mind that, I dropped my phone. So it's chaos. The shoe is all ducky. I just finished it and added lights. I haven't looked at anything, so I'm not totally sure what you're talking about yet. We're going in pretty what, green today? I didn't look at any bases. Well, I kind of looked at bases, but for the first, you can relax in stream. Yeah, kind of. Oh yeah, so as Ludorev was talking about, before I get too distracted in this stuff, so till October 30th, if you haven't already seen, the Seeding Key, as I mentioned, Apex Predator and Jade are putting together a Peeper V2 challenge. So for the rest of this month until the 31st of October, we are going to be streaming for the Extra Lives charity. It's the same charity that Obsidian does all their Wednesday? Is it Wednesday now? Wednesday or Thursday streams? They do Extra Life streams. Really good, really cool little charity. If you don't know much about it, it is linked on pinned messages. There's also, if you're on Twitch, you can go ahead and scroll down into the About section, and there's a link there as well. So if anyone is looking to like donate subs or anything, consider instead donating to charity this month, because we're trying to get to, I think it's 3,000 or 5,000 bucks. We got a long ways to go. And the other side of that, if you're not part of the Grounded Community Events Discord, you should definitely join that as well. Let's see if I can find the Discord real fast and link it for everyone who's not a part of it. That way, y'all can see. Welcome in, Ryder. So for anyone who's not part of the community events Discord, make sure you join that. This is going to be something that this content creator community is going to use to put future events together as well. So it's not just going to be, there's currently the Peeper Challenge is something that was done in Grounded 1 with this crew, kind of like a thing they just threw together for fun. And they're decided to do that again for charity this go around. So if you're a streamer, you can join that, and all the information's in the rules section in that Discord I linked. So there's the Peeper Challenge that has to be like a fully streamed thing, which we'll probably be doing tomorrow and the next day, I'm thinking. I'm not going to be very good at it, and we're definitely not going to win, but I kind of want to highlight the whole point of the challenge and the thing we're working on. So that will be one thing. And then there's also an art competition that's based around like spooky Halloween theme that you have until the 31st, I believe, as well. And then a building challenge to create a starter base design, which perfect for our community. I think, gonna judge. I don't 100% know yet, so we're kind of have to play that by ear. But I might be one of the judges that's gonna help out with that in the end. So yeah, you're gonna build a starter base. Not necessarily any rules on that one specifically. So you can use creative or survival. You can't like use things that are not in the game or anything if you're using cheat engine or whatever. But it's survival and creative for anyone who's interested in that. And there's some prizes. I don't think it's anything too crazy, but it's all just to donate to charity. So make sure you check out the link, and if you have a couple extra bucks, donate to that. Support an awesome cause. And then tomorrow we will try this Peeper Challenge, which if you don't know what that is, you're just peep the bugs with the peeper binocular things. And you have an hour and 15 minutes. All has to be live streamed and recorded to submit. And you get a certain amount of points for each bug type. You get more for bosses. You get extra points for if you get a gold card. So you just run around and peep as many bugs as possible in an hour and 15 minutes, and whoever gets the most wins. And hopefully people during those streams donate to charity and help out a great cause. So other than that, I guess we can just get right into some base reviews. Because what the heck is everyone here for? It's not me, right? It's cool bases. Yes, everyone should like the stream as well. It really, really helps out. Okay. I can't help you, Ducky. Sorry you're laggy. Hopefully I'm not laggy. Good times only. Yeah, that's my... Went to a concert and got that instead of a t-shirt. Rad is not first. There was like 1, 2, 3, 6 or 7 bases before Rads, I think, maybe. We got like some small bases, but we have some really big bases. There's going to be some crazy bases tonight. There's a build world limit. Technically, there's no rules. It's just got to be a starter base. So if you can justify starter base with anything you've built, Lude, be my guest. Technically, you do have kind of a starter base. It's just not what I would call the I don't know if I can call anything you do starter base. I don't know. Wash people's brains out. I mean, we got so many bases to review that like we're set. Once these other, I've already talked to 3 of these people. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 people in line, and there's 1 person that hasn't shared their world yet. So like we're stacked right now. So we have tons of stuff for next week as well. If we don't get the things today, I'm just kind of taking them in the order that I got them in, which is kind of chaos because it was not easy following everyone's. Everyone, do my base. I'm like, I don't have my Discord, my computer. Like, I can't organize any of this stuff. I'm just like writing notes on sticky notes and stuff. But yes, let's get into it. And we will see what we get. Snapping. Okay. Get my timer out. What's up, Alex? And Ryder as well. Doing my craziness tonight. It'll probably be next week, I think, Lude. It's like no one had sent any, like I had a list of everyone that wanted to do base reviews and like 2 people had shared, and then within the last 24 hours, every single person shared their base. So I was like, oh my gosh, no, we're like, I reached out and then I was like, oh, I didn't need to reach out. I just had to remind everyone to share. So, all good. What am I doing? There we go. But we're definitely going to get to it. Don't you worry. All right. I'm going to turn the screen off real fast. Load this up. And see if we can remember how to stream. Whenever it fits in. Yeah, I definitely want to show it. So,
quite an efficient way to get around.
No hesitations there. We're definitely showing it off. All right. I'm like in the base. How do I get out of here? So first up, we have Louided, I believe is how you pronounce that. Not 100% sure, but gotta get to the first one. Oh, this is a fun little base. I know which one I'm doing.
Let's reestablish homeostasis.
It's so weird to be back. I feel so awkward. Where the heck am I? Orient myself real fast. I don't know where I am. Wanted me to work on my treehouse more, right? Yeah, I think that'd be awesome, man. I just think for anyone that's doing like repeat bases, we gotta, because there's so many people in line, the repeats have to have like really, really big improvements. Doesn't necessarily, oh no, we're good. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have to like make the best base in the entire world. It's just major changes have to be made between the first version and the second one. Got your coffee and your sandwich? Nice. I got my Red Bull and candy. So, health. Health is good. Oh, man. All right. Get out of first. Okay. So, first up, as I said, we have Louided. This base location is sort of, it's kind of this whole entire area. It's more of like a village, but really interesting spot. Really fun with the water and stuff. I'm excited to kind of show that off. It's going to be really interesting. Pretty good base location. I like this area just because there's so much stuff. It's a really cool little location for everything. Lots of resources, lots of things. So we got the front entrances here. No clue what's up there. I'm gonna get so lost in this base. This thing is crazy big. So it's kind of like a meandering village from what I've seen so far, which is super cool. We haven't seen too many massive like villages like this, which I think is really cool. I'm a huge fan of the like city designs and stuff. I think it's a really fun way to build instead of just one massive building. But you got all your function and everything here. All looks really good. I love honestly, like, one of my favorite things is building with terrain and everything. So I love that this base is just like... I love that this base is just kind of like meandering through everything. The railings are so nice. Yeah, it's very well, like, it's chaos. I wanted to say chaotic and chaos and changed my mind. It's chaotic in like the layout, but it's also like really well done to like push you around with the way you've done all of the hand railings and stuff, which is super cool. Welcome in, Ship. Of course, happy to, and thank you for the super chat there. Appreciate it. We got more walls here. This is probably the biggest tree I've ever seen anyone make, which is pretty epic. I love that you also used the made a tree to like do all your sap catchers too. That's super interesting. Very well done. Yeah, I just love how this base like meanders around everything. We haven't even seen a quarter of it yet. Maybe day soonish, really. Like, it follows the terrain really well, which I think is always so cool. Excuse you, Henry. You can move. Try to make sure I read chats and stuff as well. Not get too distracted. Other than smacking all these ants, apparently. Really good job so far, like separating everything out between like little areas that you can craft and make things into different buildings. It's definitely a way I like to do it as well. Ooh, throne. This thing looks epic. I still haven't even killed Axel enough to actually build this thing yet. I think I have like 2 pieces built. I love that this is like so transformative already. I think that's like, I love seeing these villages because it takes a spot of the map that I know very well since my base is pretty close to here, but then it completely changes the way it looks and it feels like a completely different universe. And you've tied into like the natural landscape really, really well. Hope we don't miss anything. I believe this is also, as you can tell by some of the naming, Isla Spider Den, kind of a base built off of the idea of like a Jurassic Park type theme park, which I think is really cool. It's a really fun little way to do it. And it feels kind of like a theme park, especially because now you've got bugs in here. You have all these like the pathways. Like it feels very like Disneyland-esque, where you're just kind of like meandering through all sorts of random environments and places, which is really cool. And again, really enjoy the way this ties in so well to like this naturally built environment. Really good job with like just a little adjustments and changes, adding in little details and everywhere. It's super cool. Let's see. Okay, so this is like the main base. Got a nice little kitchen nook down here, dining room. Very cool. Of course, these guys. Your free food source. Just bring the food to you. Love that. Oh, what is that? Heard a skeeter. Very cool. Great little layout here. Very succinct and well done. I like how you've kind of like melded the roof and left some of it open too. It's kind of an interesting little concept to do it. Really well done. Yeah, the Jurassic Bug Park is like, it does feel very good. Feels like a very appropriate build for Grounded, as she said. Where is this mosquito? It's horrifying me. And again, I am so lost, and I love it. Like, everywhere you look, there's just some little detail. This is like some of my favorite things to do as well, is like keeping a lot of the natural elements, the grass and stuff, cutting it away from areas where it like detracts or takes away from your base, but leaving enough of it that it feels very natural still. I think that's really well done. It's a tough balance to kind of keep without going too over the top and having it look too chaotic, but it feels very like natural, which I think is really cool. Let's see what kind of base is up here. Got like a little lookout station. Yeah, you can kind of get a, let's see if we can make it day and see what this looks like. Get a little fly around for everyone. Yeah, like, this thing's massive. We've barely explored, like, half of it, if that. That was the main base. We were just in the little buggy depot area, the tree for the sap collectors. Yeah, I really like how you've just kind of, like, meandered this path through everything. And it's like, for how much you've built, it's almost like you haven't built anything. Like, it all fits the theme, like, using the clover roofs and stuff keeps it looking really natural. It doesn't look like you've kind of, like, taken this area over. You've built very well with the environment, which I think is always really cool. I think it's a tough balance to hit. As someone that's built with the environment on a few of my little builds, it's like, it's a very tough balance to have it look this natural and not be, like, an overwhelming amount of builds, because it looks like there's so much built, but it's also like, holy cow, this thing is massive, Louided. Like, holy cow. Probably one of the larger areas, I'm assuming. Yeah, the aerial shows off how well it blends with the environment. Yeah, it really does. It's like, it highlights just enough to see all the built stuff, but it also, like, you have to be down in it to really get the full experience. You've done a really good job leaving certain elements in without adding too much detail, which I think is the hardest thing to do with some of these, like, massive city type builds. Trying to make sure we don't miss anything. It's everywhere. Pumpkin patch. Yeah, multi-gridding for sure. From what I had seen, there's a lot of grids. Which I think city builds like this, or like villages, or I guess this is more amusement park, are the kind of perfect opportunities to use off-grid building. I think it gets a little chaotic when you're doing it like a handful of us in the community are doing, where it's like builds, like one building that has 20 grids on it can be a little overwhelming. The village off-grid build style is definitely a place where that works really, really well. Again, great little layout. Holy spinners. My goodness, that's a lot of spinners. Yeah, I really like that each one of these little enclosures, it's very subtle. Like, it's not overly done. You kept it very simple, which I think is cool. You've utilized all the little spaces, too. That's why I loved my city build, is like, you just sort of connect randomly into all these crazy different places. I think there's a scorpion that lives in here. If I remember correctly, I was wandering. Yeah, there's a couple. It'll be very cool when all this is, like, fully built out and stuff.
This counts as research, right?
Very well done. I want to make sure I'm not missing a bunch. I feel like I am. Here. I think we explored this. Yeah, we did this. But yeah, there's a... Where is it? Yeah, oh, there's the house. One last thing up here as well. Whatever these little buildings are. Try not to let the bugs out. I'll regret that. Because I can't perfect block for save my life right now. Okay, that's that building. How did I get up there? That was the other thing. There's the do it the right way. Yeah, there it is. Parkour. Is that the creepy witch sound? All the pumpkins. Also, really cool little job. They just did just a little bit of lighting, but use this natural cave to get up to this other base that they're building. The amount of time just to get this stuff laid out in like a village kind of city design like this. Oh, the museum. Okay. Love it. Definitely still work to be done, of course, which, I mean, that's a lot of people's builds since we haven't had a ton of time, but there's a lot of potential here. Makes me want to get to the point where I'm building a city already and not just like a single base. Yeah, you're turned around, Lude. My brain is mush. Keep hearing bugs, yeah. Who needs to block when you can just DPS, right? Make sure we're not missing anything else. There's just so much going on. Yeah, the tunnel is really cool. It's maybe just a me thing or a handful of people in the community, but I really enjoy utilizing the built elements in the world. It's like one of the coolest thing about having a game that's built completely custom. That they put a lot of effort into building this world, so I think it's really cool to kind of like use the built elements. Need more point things? What do you mean? Go back to the tunnel. Funny part is like all they did was put some lamps inside the tunnel, and it looks awesome. These lamps look really nice too. I'm really excited to mess with these. I've seen a bunch of really cool ideas that people have been using, so. It's like the perfect lighting. Just the perfect little amount of lighting. Ah, channel points. I need the community to think of more ideas. Even like spiders trapped in. Dude, it's just endless. Welcome in, Shikaka. How's it going? Well, since Louis isn't here, I can't confirm or deny if I've missed anything, but I think we've kind of checked out all the main stuff. I definitely think there's some little details. I love the little, like pergola type pagoda things. Just so many cool little things. The lighting's really well done. But yeah, since we have a lot of bases to get through, let's just get into the grading on this one. The first impressions, as always. I'm always very impressed with everyone's builds. I love that this is super unique. I haven't seen anyone necessarily build like a sprawling village type thing. We've seen carnivals, we've seen vertical cities. There's just so many like unique different builds we've seen so far, and I'm pretty amazed with how few items we have, how everyone is building so many unique little designs. Definitely a lot of little details, 10 out of 10 for potential, yeah. And that's the thing, is like this can just be added to over and over and over again. Like there's so much more room for more additions and changes. Don't necessarily have a bunch of improvement options that I can think of yet, but as we get through the rest of the grading, we'll see. But yeah, first impressions, again, easy 4 out of 5. I absolutely love like the dedication to build a city and show off all these different things. I am very of the mindset that some of the coolest things, especially when you're just building to build, you're building to have fun.
Take a breather, little bug. As Ali would
I
say.
love separating function into different spaces, not necessarily trying to cram everything into like one base or one big room. So it's very cool to see how you've kind of separated, made little buildings, a building for spinners, a building for your jerky rack stuff, a building for all your function in these different spaces, I think is really well done. So I think that's really cool, but you've also like just created fun designs, so the potential is definitely there. The layout and flow, again, I don't know if there's a flow necessarily, but in terms of like, I like cities that feel very natural and kind of sprawling. As I've said, like more of like the European style kind of cities where it's not just this like perfect grid system that kind of becomes redundant. Like it's so natural. Feels very much like I'm walking through an actual, there's another building I haven't found. It feels very much like I'm actually walking through an amusement park. Like I literally went to Disney World. It's like very similar to this, where there's bridges and water features, and everywhere you look, there's some new detail. There's some little design that you probably missed. I could probably run through this 100 times and see something new everywhere. So many little details every direction you look. Even like these kind of like water. I'm assuming this is kind of like the idea of like a dry riverbed as well, like the super fun little details. But again, in terms of what I would say like is a good layout, I think you're a 4 out of 5 on that as well. I really enjoy the like sprawling. I think it's a difficult concept to do correctly and not have it be overly chaotic. But again, like when we're looking through the fly around mode, like the fact that you have this massive village built, but then it feels so natural, I think is the cool part that I'm really enjoying. It feels very well placed. Everything, like your central kind of main base is like right in the center, and it's kind of like the central hub, and then everything's just kind of like meandering through these different water effects and everything. I think it's really well done. Very cool. Structure in realism. Again, I think in terms of like an amusement park, like you've knocked it out of the park. Very similar to like how Chap's designing a like the carnival type thing. I think you've done a really good job making this feel like a Jurassic bug park. And I know there's still work to be done and more details to be added to the exhibits and the bugs and all that stuff. And as we get more bugs, you get more mounts and all that as well. So there's, again, tons of room for potential, but I really like how it just kind of like, you've left a really good amount of like natural elements, and it feels very unique. It doesn't feel like you've built as much as you've built until you're like wandering through it. So I think it's really cool. I think, did I say 4 out of 5 on structure and realism? Who knows? But that's what I'm going to give it. Materials and aesthetics, I think really well done. I think the use of the materials that you've done, I think fits really well. Again, because of that like natural element, like everything feels like it fits here. It doesn't feel like you've just sort of built this city on top of the landscape. You've done a really good job matching the aesthetics of the area, adding in the mushrooms to kind of create an even more organic kind of feeling. So you've done a really good job utilizing the different roof materials, like with all of the clovers around here because of the water. The clover roofs, I think, look really nice in this area. And also with like the thatch and just kind of like, there's just enough highlights and details between like the different buildings you've used that each one feels very unique. It doesn't feel like you've necessarily copied one design aspect across the whole thing and then just stuck with it. Like maybe 2 things kind of match, but then you kind of have used like these fun little designs just in certain areas specifically, which I think is something I like. A little bit of repetition, I think, creates a more cohesive build. So the fact that you've kind of like created these gated entrances, and you've used the little thatch roofs like from the entrance as well, I think is really cool. And then also now like going up onto the posts and stuff, like you've utilized the space really, really well. And again, like the layout and stuff, utilizing the natural tunnel that goes through to your museum space. The museum like overlooking, I think, is going to be freaking epic. That's going to be really, really cool. So I definitely like that. Functionality. It's a Jurassic Park for bugs. Like it does what it's supposed to do. It's one of those like it's not necessarily meant to do anything super specific other than have fun, and I think you've accomplished that really well. So again, functionality, I can give you a 4 out of 5 on that because it's not meant to function in the way of a normal base, but you've also tied in your little functional base spaces really well. I think these like little hubs was a really good idea to kind of keep things on a smaller scale, because if you had just one massive building in the middle, I think it would have felt a little bit weird. So the fact that you've kind of broken it up into different pieces, each room kind of has its own function, I think is a really good way to do it, and not get stuck in the trap of like everything has to be in my base and everything's got to be right here. So I really enjoy that you've divided everything up really well. The details are super awesome. It really does feel like a bug park. It's especially with like as you continue adding to these different things, and if you can trap bugs in there, that'd be pretty epic. I know I got attacked the first time by a massive scorpion in here, so at certain points you can trap bugs, but man, they suck. Thank you for the follow, Captain Nova. Welcome in. Creativity and theme. Again, easy 5 on the creativity. I absolutely love that I can look at this and like, there's a lot of built stuff here, but it's not like overwhelming. But then as soon as you're in the base, like the details are crazy. So many little details, so many little things happening. You've reutilized everything like so well. The creativity to take these like in-game pieces of the map and just like utilize them as fun little features, I think is where I start to just like fall in love with base design. That's sort of my favorite thing, and you've really emphasized it, like with the tree. Build a massive tree yourself and then put all your sap catchers below it. Like, great little concepts. I think it makes for really interesting little areas. Really does actually remind me of the Animal Kingdom in Disney World. Really cool, like massive tree for all your stuff. It really does feel like a little theme park of some kind, or zoo. I guess would maybe be a better. Since there's not rides, it's just attractions to see the bug dinosaurs and stuff. Very well done on that as well. In terms of improvements, I don't know if there's one specific thing that I could say could be improved upon. I think the detailing is just keep going with it. I think where you've done details, obviously, I know from when the first version of this that I saw, a couple weeks before I left for vacation, and where you are now, like there's been major improvements. So I really like the way you've added in and you put even more details, and I love like continuing your themes throughout these different things. Like it's all really well done, and I can tell from just some of the fun little details that you have, the little bit of the bug exhibits that you currently have built. I can definitely tell that this is headed in the right direction. In terms of the detail, but yeah, just keep going, finding more interesting ways to like create life in the bug exhibit areas is probably the only thing I could really say. I think you've got the right amount of lighting in some of these areas. I mean, like the trees and stuff, utilizing these little archways that you've made, the details with the mushrooms, like just more of this as well. I think is the only thing I could really say to keep doing is just keep going. Like everything that I see that looks like a finished piece of this build is like, all right, I want to see little bug exhibits, more lights similar to this to really light it up really well, depending on like the bug type. Hi, Pedro. What do you have for us? But yeah, as we see it, I'm really excited to see these buildings be detailed more as well. Just the way you've done the exteriors, I think makes a lot of sense. So I'm excited to see kind of how you detail out the rest of these interior spaces, and excited to see where it goes. Really well done. Once again, as always, Louided, thank you for letting us view this one. Another epic build. You guys are constantly blowing my mind with all these crazy builds and the different ideas that you all come up with. They're all so unique. For all of us to see these, and yes, this is in survival as well. This is fully survival, which is another impressive part of it, because there's a lot of materials, a lot of pieces here. So many details. We can go on forever. But yeah, thank you again. Appreciate it. Hope everyone liked Louided's Jurassic Bug Park. Very cool, and excited to see this as it continues to develop and where more and more details come out, because this is pretty epic. Okay. One done. What's up, Grim? Now I'm confused. We have JB Grim and the fellow Grim. We got so many Grims going on. Okay. Okay, next we have the fellow Grim. Perfect timing. I didn't want to do that. There we go. What's yours? Dubsky, that's the one. And we're just getting started. That one's epic, and they just keep getting more epic tonight, guys. We put together a list. There's some bases tonight. Like, it's crazy. The fellow J. Yeah, that would be horrible. Make a note before going into mine to equip a weapon trinket. I don't need weapon trinkets. I'll kill everything. Also, oh jeez. All right, this one is epic, guys. Oh my goodness. Fellow Grim. You guys are gonna love this one. Okay. Next up, we have the Fellow Grim. Funnily enough, we've had a lot of bases built here. Not just here. We actually have one built inside the statue as well, inside the Mass Strangers Arena, which is going to be freaking epic. You guys are going to be so excited. It's so freaking cool. But I love this location. I actually want to build like a mega city here at some point once we get more materials and everything. So I really think this is a cool like mega build spot. I think there's a lot of potential for people to do some crazy, crazy things in this area. But yeah, this is going to be an epic one. Just a little building hub down here, nothing crazy. Also, the Fellow Grim, Sigorby Weaver is an incredible name. That killed me. When I got in here, it's frickin' Sigorby Weaver. I was like, are you kidding me? What a great name. I wish I was that creative. I wish I was that creative with names. Dude, like, what the freaking... It's massive. You guys are crazy. There's also some tomfoolery going on in here as well, like just like the first ramp, like the fact that you decided to make this like a little concave ramp instead of just a straight ramp, like the detail leveling already is so well done. So well done. Love the little lighting effects. We'll have to see some of these at night as well. Oh, I turned the light off. Yeah, I'm such a build nerd. I love ramps, you know? So good. Yeah. And it's like perfect too. Like that's not just like... Well, it's like perfect. Like you don't get caught on anything. What the heck is my helmet doing through my other helmet? What an outfit. Freaking epic though. Look at this entrance. Really like the mixed use of clay and pebblet foundations. Haven't seen a ton of that used yet, and it looks really nice. All compliments to you teaching me off-grid stuff. Oh man, at this point, the community's better than I am, dude. I'm the vessel to teach the ideas, and you guys are the ones that put me to shame and make me build bigger and better constantly. Dude, this is freaking epic. I don't even know where to go. You get so lost. Even like an underground... Dude, you even built like underneath here and stuff. That's so good. Wow. Alright, let's go upstairs. Sick hat, right? It says go that way, but I'm scared. An interesting way to build spiral staircases too. So much, dude, it just keeps going. Those pumpkins are horrifying at times. You're not prepared. Yeah, freaking catacombs, exactly. It's even over here, dude. You're nuts. What the heck? How do we get up to the top of these too? Can we? I want to. There we go. Get some light. Right? I know, like, they need to, the Grounded devs needs to start using us as, this whole community as design consultants. They need to start asking everyone, what should we do? Dude, what? There's so many things. I don't even know where to start. Was I supposed to? Oh, I can't go down this way. Okay. I'm gonna miss. You did hit the temp build limit. There's so much I want to keep working on. I don't doubt that you hit the build limit. This thing's huge. Dude, what? I love your little tunnels and stuff. They're so well done. Assuming these buildings are more works in progress still. Already really good job on the detailing and stuff for a building that's not even halfway done. Yeah, literally 45 minutes later, I'm just wandering around like a buffoon going, dude, what? This is cool. Wait, what's that? That's cool. The only one using the catacombs idea. That's part of the reason I really like this base location specifically, is that you can build down underneath it really well. A little building hub. Dude, with this thing. Just taking these details. This looks so clean. I really like the red clay with the pine triangle pieces and the different lighting. Looks really, really nice. I don't miss anything. These are also really nice little arches. Oh, yeah. Got chandeliers. You know it's going to be a good base when there's chandeliers. It's so cool. A little spider throne. Got little seating areas, your own little windows. Job on the lighting as well. Love it all. Holy cow. Can I get up to the top? Or are you just teasing me and I can't? Dude, what the? You cannot. That's fine. I'll allow it. Someday I want to get to the top of this thing and see everything, though. Dude. I love your little, like, hub design type things. These are really well done. Like, for all your mushrooms and stuff. It's gonna be a great harvesting area, but also, like, super well done. Oh, yeah, and you can see, look, there's some grids going on here. Wondering, very well done. Wow. This is epic. How do I get up there? Teasing me with bounce webs. How do I get up there? Hit the people? What? Wait, what's hidden? Underneath the jars? Oh, what the heck? Okay. I was not expecting that. Good job. That's a great little design. I gotta go up. I love it. Oh, these look really cool too. Such a small detail, but it looks really interesting. Good job. The lighting as well. Very cool. Oh yeah, now you can really get a good idea. Let's see this thing as well. Yeah, this is epic. I love these quarter triangle pieces. They look so freaking good. There's just so many opportunities with them. Stuck. Wow. Very cool. And again, you're not paying attention. These are all on like random different grids. This thing is going to get crazier and crazier as you keep going. Yeah, the glowing door frames, the whole thing. Yeah, I love that you built everything out of this, like these little central little hub things. These are really cool. Okay. He's a madman. There's another building over there. Wow. Super cool. Hall design. Great hall sort of thing. Yeah, your like armor stuff all over here. This is a really cool little display for armor dummies as well. Like that they kind of like stagger. The lighting is my worst nightmare. It's a lot of work, honestly. It is. But man, does it look good when you get it all finished and done. Yeah, as everyone say, you're a mad lad. And I love it. Wow. Then we got to go all the way up there, but let's check out this one last building, I think. We didn't miss anything else. I think we went up here yet. Dude, this looks awesome. What? So you've got pebblet paths on top of stem floors with the blue lighting underneath. This looks like cold lava, almost. It's a really nice lighting effect. I really, really like that. Another cool little base. I love your, like, the way you get around these bases as well is super interesting. There's not really a huge, like, rhyme or reason to it. You just kind of have fun with it. Ooh. Dang, autosave's lagging me out. That looks nice, too. So many little details that everyone can be picking up here that I'm probably, like, running straight by. That's a nice little thing, too. Might have to steal that for something. Oh, the stem depot. Dude. This looks cool, too. It's like floating cube. What's in there? Going with the flow to a certain extent? Yeah, that's my favorite way to build stuff, honestly. Kind of just happens where it starts to make sense. Not necessarily a super prescribed way of doing it. It's just a really interesting kind of natural flowing. Same with like Louided from the first base we viewed. They're not super repetitive. Also great job with all like the little dummies doing stuff. Ooh, what did you put in there? Oh, the slime mold sconce. That looks really cool. That's a great detail. It's the small things, I know, but man, I love this kind of stuff. Like, he literally looks like he's forging. Forging off of that. So cool. That's interesting, too. Wow. Did I view that? Yeah, I went up there. And before we run out of time, we got to go up to one of the even... If you thought this stuff was cool, as it is 100% cool. Oh, the fireplace. Nice. It gets even cooler from here. I don't know how that happens, but it does get even cooler. It's frying an egg. Table design is so good, right? Yeah, the lighting's really good. I know it's the bane of your existence, but it is really good. Was this one in creative or survival, Grim? Fellow Grim. Should specify. Survival? Dude, you're freaking insane. You know, I thought I was the crazy dude, are you kidding me? That's so many chests. What the heck? Ugh. You know, I thought I was insane, and you guys just keep proving to me that it can always be more insane. It can always be pushed a little further every single time. Wow. Not only, like, is that a lot of stuff, like, that's... You had to build that and bring all of this crap all the way up here. Excited to see where this stuff ends up.
Let's see.
I love the pumpkins, too. Dude, you put pebble paths around this? The amount of detail that you're doing just for the sake of doing it is insane. You have it so you can reach all the workbenches? That's perfect. Oh, I got you. So yeah, so this is the functional part of the inside base. which now we're going to get into. Which is, honestly, I didn't think it could get more epic, but y'all, look at this thing. I got a sneak preview. This thing is so freaking cool. Like, I don't know if there's a cooler place to build a base. Like, the fact that the spider webs are all, like, hanging down and stuff. Like, the vibe of this area is so freaking cool. So freaking cool. And you can go, like... You have stuff down below in the base. I mean, dude, holy crap. Who else has a base with Burgle's head in it? Not many people. Dude, this is so freaking epic. And we didn't even see the best parts yet. Dude, this looks so freaking cool. Wow. I love that you literally built around all this. Like, this is so freaking cool. And how many times did you freaking kill Axel? Holy cow. Bruh. You know, when Louided, all he can say is bruh. Things are going insane. This is so epic. Like, the way you've divided this out as well is so cool. Even, like, the little supports and stuff. It looks like you hand-built this whole thing somehow. Wow. $20 out of 10, seriously. And yeah, so as everyone saw, the pyramid above is to build this out so you can functionally use this as a base too, which is freaking epic. I never played the game. I don't know. That's how, I think that's how it's supposed to look. Yeah, like it feels so natural. Like even this, like the way you've used these structural pieces just like adds even more to the detail of it all. Like it feels so natural. This is so freaking cool. And this isn't even the whole thing. You have to go upstairs too. And it goes up 2 floors as well. Like the little overlooking spots, dude. This is so cool. You even have like the ways to get down and around. So many levels. Oh, wait. You can sleep in all these beds? That's really cool. So many ideas that I'm gonna have to steal from you guys. These are so cool. And it just keeps going is the thing. Like, you've utilized every square inch of this base. Wow. Wow, wow, wow is all I have to say. Wait a second. There's even more. You can get all the way up here. This is epic. This whole base is so epic. Tried building up there, but could not get any snap points without building from the floor up. Yeah. It's not easy. Like, you've done such a good job making this, like, just absolutely ridiculous. Like, so many details, so many cool little designs, but also, like, visually appealing and super cool function at the same time. It's a really hard... It's really difficult to do everything you've been doing. This is epic. I guess I need a statue base. I don't know how I'm going to make it better than this, though. Makes me want to build one, though, that's for sure. Wow. How many chests you can access from the workbench? From the sounds of it, you can work through all of those. I think you have to be up on the next floor. But from the sounds of it, you can access everything. Not that all those chests are full yet, but... Pretty freaking nuts there, fellow Grimm. My goodness. Well, in terms of grading, 100? Hundreds? Just straight 100s across the board. 232. That's insane. I think I put so much time into less than 1/8 of the amount of stuff in this base. That is how it goes. Yeah, sometimes. Wow. So yeah, in terms of grades, first impressions, just the first impressions on the first base, I was easy 10 out of 5. Like you knocked it out of the park. I think that entrance looks so epic. But then like across the board, every little space is designed so well, really well thought out. It's super interesting. You have so many little pieces that you've like put a ton of effort into, which I think is super cool. It's just, how do I get back to the base without dying? You haven't even revealed some other stuff? Holy cow, dude. I can see why you hit the build limit. That's for sure. Use a dandelion tuft. Can I jump over this way? Yeah. Back to the bridge. Well, yeah, as I said, 10 out of 5 on first impressions. Absolutely killed it. The layout and flow, honestly, again, it's an easy 5 on that as well. I love the layout. I think it's super fun. I like that you've got things on different grids, different buildings on different grids. It doesn't feel super stagnant. We haven't even gone down and seen the crypts that you have below this thing as well. I think is also insane. It's like so natural. Like the little ways that you traverse the base, I think are super unique. Just like your fun little tunnels. There's not like one super obvious way that you should be kind of going through the base, I think is also really cool. It's another one that's like, the last one was a more of like an actual natural village, whereas like you've found a way to take a flat area and create a good flow and layout, which I think is a very difficult thing to do as well, to create interesting spaces and connections between buildings. Is very difficult to do when you're building one on this scale, but two on like a flat surface overall. So it's really well done, super interesting. I'm excited to see how you just continue adding more to this as well. Very cool. The structure and realism, again, like the structure as I was calling out inside the other, the Burgle Head statue base, super well done with the structural elements. Again, like utilizing the columns for the structure on the edges of these with like the different pieces, I think is really well done. I love that you've embraced foundations as well. I think it's a slightly underutilized piece of material that is often overlooked, which I think is really cool as well. But yeah, like it feels so sturdy and so big. It doesn't feel, it's like, I think one of the harder things to do with the pebble foundations and stuff is not make them feel just like these heavy bricks. And you've done a really good job utilizing them just the right amount to where you don't necessarily feel that you're just like, the heck? Got a floating chandelier. You don't necessarily feel like it's just this super heavy piece. You've done a really good job like using the little structural elements to break these pieces up, which I think is really well done as well. Again, like adding these in structurally, honestly, again, easy 5 on that. You've done a really good job with the little details to make the structural pieces kind of fit and not feel too over the top, but also like they all blend in really well. So I think you've done an awesome job on that. The materials and aesthetics, again, I feel like a broken record, but how could I not give you another 5? Like I absolutely love the way you've detailed all these little pieces. You've like replicated it, but you're also not just doing a complete replication across the whole entire thing. Like there's the little pieces breaking up the different levels, all the little design pieces. You're done a really good job mixing up lighter pieces with like stem on top of these heavy pieces, and also just like the little details is where it really starts coming to life, honestly. I think you've done an awesome job on the materials and aesthetic sides of this. I love this entrance. Feels like the perfect like massive entryway, and even like messing with these bridges on the side and like keeping the details going. Massive entry into this just super epic little village inside of it. crazy. You like this. I love, you couldn't see that before as well. Really like this detail, like the thatch roof on top of this as well. Looks really nice. And like switching up the thing so it's not just boxes. You've got circular pieces. You're like in the depth, I think, is like one of the things that I really talked about in my grounded one stuff. Having depth in your builds is something that's like adds so much detail, and like everywhere you look, there's like new pieces that add depth to each one of these buildings, and they're all totally different too, which I think is really awesome. I think it's kind of difficult to keep an aesthetic but have every single building look slightly different while using the same materials. I think is a difficult thing to do. So I think you've done a really, really good job on kind of switching it up just enough that each building feels unique, but overall it kind of feels like one cohesive aesthetic. I mean, what a screenshot with this thing. So cool. Functionality, again, every part of it works. Like, I think that's what's so fun about it. Like, the function, like the way you've thought this base out is so well done. Very few people can kind of blend a functional base piece with just pure fun and have them work together, where like, especially when you're building in survival, I think that's like to build your chest pyramid specifically so everything inside the Mass Strangers arena can be built is like so well done on the functional side. And it's like you have a really good balance of like this isn't functional, it's just pure fun in design. Like you're just having a fun time designing and building things, but also like your actual house and different areas all work really well. You have all your you've had fun designing each little functional space as well, which I think is something I always aspire to do, is how can I make pallet storage interesting visually, which I think you've done a really good job on overall, which I love this little thing. So cool. I just can't stop flying around, checking it out. Man, so again, another 5 on functionality, creativity, and theme. Again, super easy 5s across the board on this one. I don't think there's anything else to say. It's just the creativity of it. The creativity not only to like get a base built inside the arena where we're not really supposed to be building, but then like matching the theme of that space, that it feels so natural. That is like my favorite thing to do, is find something in the world that's built, that's already there by the developers, and that you can create your own base within. And I think you know it's successful when you go like, this looks like it was made for this base. Like that arena looks like you built the whole thing. Like you've incorporated all the fun little elements as well, even on the like creativity, or you could go back to the layout and flow, the catacombs and stuff as well. Like utilizing every little piece as creatively as possible, I think can be a very difficult thing to accomplish, but it looks really, really well done. Got to run through these catacombs real fast just to see if we missed anything crazy. But yeah, just like connecting them like this, adding the lights on our own little adventure. It just keeps going. Dude, what the? Again, like, yeah, you've used the natural environment so well. It feels hand designed. Doesn't feel like you built everything. Dude, what the heck? Where are we? This is nuts, dude. I know these faces are like simple and stuff, but I love seeing designs like this where you just like take pre-built things and you just go crazy. Wow. Love it. Very, very cool. Very well done. Like you're even building inside this base as well. It's everywhere. It just doesn't stop. It's like such functional spaces too. Like nothing wrong like building and like utilizing the transport system and like making that part of the way you explore the base is so cool. So well done. Improvements. Brim, I got nothing for you. You know what you're doing. If you want some improvements, if you're struggling with something, I could give advice, but like at this point, I just want to yell at the devs some more to increase the capacity or the build limit so you can keep building, because I want to see more of your ideas. Nothing? Ooh, even that's got a hidden bounce web. Jeez. Yeah, if I could come up with anything, and this is stretching it, the only thing that I can think of so far is I want to see more elements like this in between these different bases. Finding more ways to kind of enhance the way you walk between the bases is about the only thing that I can really think. Like, your aesthetics are really good, the material use is really good. The only thing is, yeah, the flow between them. How do these connect? Doesn't necessarily mean that like every base really needs to be connected necessarily, but the only little thing is like, here's a base, here's a base, here's a building, there's a wall, there's another base or building over there. How do these start to kind of come together as a bigger picture? And I think like that, the order of operations that you're doing, I think is perfectly fine for this. I oftentimes laid out big spaces, started building something massive. A great thing, you might be not sure how much of my content you've watched, but I spent 3,000 hours building this base in Grounded video from Grounded 1, where I'm in my sandcastle city. That might help give you some ideas on like how to connect some of these spaces together a little bit more, because that's like the only thing that I can suggest is just slightly creating this type of detail, like the level of detail you have in the buildings starting to come out into the natural environment. I think would be a really interesting thing to see, especially in this specific location. I think you can start doing really interesting things. Like, nothing wrong with covering this stuff up, but maybe start pulling some of these pieces away so you're going down and then coming back up in between a base. Building out a path that kind of like leads you into this. And it doesn't necessarily have to be just like one-to-one, where the base has to connect to the next base. I think if you see some of the stuff in that sandcastle city, as I suggested, that's where I really had like that feeling of, I really like this building, I really like this building, I like the castle design, I like the individual buildings. It started to come together as like one cohesive city when I really started figuring out how these connected to one another. And this location specifically is like absolutely perfect for that. So that would probably be utilizing the catacombs as some of those walkways in between stuff. Some of them, depending on how they go, like could come up inside the bases, kind of go into these different spaces, and just details, I guess, is another way, whether it's, I don't know, archways in between them. Maybe it's utilizing some of these to just sort of like start sectioning out this stuff. Not that this makes any sense yet or anything, but especially because the way you've done this, like, you have a lot of opportunity now to just start building on ridiculous amounts of grids. Not that you have to build off grid, but I find that that is always kind of an interesting thing that you could start messing with, and just sort of start sectioning it out. And then you could put plants and the garden things here, or stuffed bugs, and start bringing, I think like Louided is a great example as well. Like, your buildings with Louided, sort of like the way you traverse through the natural environment would be a really good like mashup, I think, to create like a good overall city design. And I think you've got a really good start to that stuff, just by the way you like get in and out of this base as well, and just kind of like taking some of these elements where you start adding like a little hut structure to fill the space in between the buildings will be sort of what takes this as a 10 out of 5 base already to like that next level of like just pure insanity. And like, don't be afraid to utilize these rocks, but also like, how can you kind of incorporate them even more into the build and use them? Because you're definitely headed in the right direction, 100%. it's a minimal feedback, but that's probably the only thing that I can think of that's like, I could see this going absolutely insane. Going, not that this is fun to build, but more of these cool lighted pathways I think would be pretty epic. I really like this whole walkway kind of thing. Could be a really fun way to like continue connecting these and create like a visual flow through the base as well as just like another aspect. Now, of course, you have to have a lot more build limit, so you probably can't go too crazy with them, but I think that would take this to pure insanity level, especially as you keep adding more and more to it. Because it's so well done already. But yeah, wow. Fellow Grim, thank you. Thank you for letting me view this one. Honestly, so epic. So freaking cool the way you've done all of these different things. This is so well done. So freaking well done. You guys are insane, honestly. I'm gonna get in trouble for jumping around too much. Someone got mad at me last week because I jumped, or the other week on one of my videos because I jumped around too much. Yeah, the glowing walkway is insane. A lot of the stone isn't supported for whatever reason, so it'll be hard doing off-grid till they fix that. Yeah, but it doesn't always have to be supported too. But I mean, using like dropping down some of those like a level or two and creating like instead of just flat on top of, not to continue this review after I've already finished it, but like taking some of those where there's the rocks and then the catacombs below it, sort of like dropping down a block or so, and then adding sort of ramps and stuff to create a little bit more up and down, and like verticality or height change inside that would be a really interesting way to do that as well. But yeah, super epic. Sandcastle City, those were the days. Seriously though, one of those builds that inspired my castle. Nice. I'm so excited to get, once we get mushroom bricks, we're getting to that level of build. I need mushroom bricks. I need more building options. Clay and pebble collecting is a nightmare. Yeah, that's a lot of materials to do in survival. Yeah, I wish the cut list, Ace, you're totally right. I wish the cut list showed how many items you've used, not how many items you need. I think that would be a fun way to do it. A lot of variety in the builds breakup. Yep. Yeah, every building being like slightly different, but keeping the same overall element is exactly how I approach the Sandcastle City. So I think that's a great way to continue thinking about it. I'm excited to see the rest of your bases as well, Grim. Like there's a lot of them. Welcome in John Wall as well. Else. Free Dead, welcome, welcome. Temple of Doom vibes. Yeah, absolutely insane. Welcome in, Centerman. Where are they chatting? Most people are on Twitch right now. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So the majority of chat seems to be happening on Twitch tonight. But there's a decent amount of people on YouTube as well. A Thief, welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, epic. Epic, epic, epic. All right. Moss. Yeah. Again, got another banger coming up, guys. So freaking good. I got some editing to do, man. I got a lot of catching up to do videos. Another like 3 or 4 videos to make just off of the previous base tours, not even getting into what we're doing tonight. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast. And I will be right back. right back on and do another one. All right. Oh, nice. Moss is here. Perfect. It's always fun when everyone's here to watch the reviews and get to see chat. Uncle, thank you for the follow. All right. That turn back on. Did the reveal already. All right. Pretend you didn't see it, guys. Shh, saw nothing. You got a cockroach infestation, Moss. See what? Exactly, Alfredo. Exactly. Yeah, for those who are lurking, Alfredo's next. Yeah, Alfredo's Creative World's next after this one. So it only gets better. Just gets crazier and crazier. All right. Next up, we have Moss. This build is sort of off to the side of the food truck. Another great little location. Love the bases that are close to like ranger outposts and stuff. So very good. But let's get lost. Another epic entrance. You guys are killing it with these like really cool, well done entrances. Love the new little pieces as well. Great job on the lighting and everything. Oh, looks nice too. I hear so many things crawling around. It's scary. Wow. This is really cool. Great little entrance so far. Brother wanted to build here because of the teleporter. Yeah, it's a great spot for it. Close that so we don't get attacked. Wow. Great job on the lighting so far. Love well-lit bases. Perfect starting out at night as well. Again, another kind of like sprawling base that is just kind of like utilizing the terrain really well already. Love to see it. Love all the garden patches and everything too. Like the light just looks so nice.
Nothing like H2O.
I don't even know which way I'm supposed to go. Little armory. Our own personal bedroom. Very nice. That looked like top. It's like a little light up part. Yeah, and this one's also massive, by the way. Again, they're so freaking big tonight. Like everyone's bases are huge. Love it. Okay, I have to go back around to see everything too that we missed. Crabby little build will potentially be after all these. No worries. I love showing off every big bases, small bases. Love this like little eating pit, fire pit. Like the water collectors, very well done. The fire pit. perfect. Little cookout spot. You got your water, your drinks. Great little base location. All your little pieces all lined up. Oh, and then there's the entrance to the ranger station. Perfect. Yeah, great little base spot. I like the way you've done the little ramps and everything up here too, instead of just using stairs for everything. Very well done. Yeah, another like good natural flow. I like the way you've done like the a lot of like functional stuff. Like I love now everyone's starting to do these designs and stuff, and like they all just look so nice. Great little pallet storage and everything. Close that so we don't get attacked. Ramp and everything. Yeah, I love the garden patches. Really good job on those. Got it. Different. Oh, that's where I came out. It's all built out of this initial stink bug hut. Nice. Like organically growing. Oh, nice. Like a basketball arena, a little basketball court. You even built out the free throw line and everything. Love it. Very well done on the lighting and everything so far. Like I love how like one thing just kind of like naturally just leads to the next, and you're just in something else all of a sudden out of nowhere. Up there. Do I have to go around, or is there another way to get in that I should be following? Any little ramps. There we go. Got it. I love the little ramps. Like, so inconspicuous. Not just this massive staircase to get you up. It's like a really nice little way to do it. Love the little ramps as well. So many little entrances and everything. Again, great job on the lighting. Really well done. You're the bane of my existence. So much like functional storage space as well. I love these. Not enough people. I think over half the community had no clue that you could grow these white mushrooms in the first game. But I love seeing those. They look so nice lit up. Even like the little details for like how you hid lights and the little structural pieces too. You guys are set when mushroom bricks come out. Holy cow. Great little entry design as well. No freeloaders, Weevil, get out of here. Love it. Garden patches lit up just looks so nice. Now, go up to this massive thing. Really good job on these little archways. Those look really nice. I'm gonna have to start figuring out how to use those in my base as well.
I can feel my cells rehydrating.
Again, very well done on the little... All your uses of the garden patches look so nice. Hiding these, clipping them beneath is also really well done. And like each little space is individually designed out as well. These look nice. Scorpion bed. They need to get rid of this the stinger part, because like who the heck wants to wake up and like slam their face into a stinger? But they look so nice at this thing. I don't want to see this. Like Mushroom World. Your lighting's insane. Wow, I just noticed all the slime mold sconces too. Another fence post neighbor. It's such a good spot to build. It just works. super safe. Ooh, this looks clean. Really like this. Well done. And like your little designs that you've done with, is that a landing pad? That's super interesting. I haven't seen that yet. Using the landing pad as another, like material looks super cool. Throne room. I'm assuming you're gonna be putting all the weapons and stuff. This was a D's detail. Love this detail. It looks so nice. Like the chests are super clean the way you've laid those out as well. Yeah, the dummies do reset. I'm gonna have to mess with these tables. These are really nice as well. I haven't had, literally like released everything and then I left, so I haven't had time to mess with any of this stuff. Forging station. Oh yeah, you're moving into this one? That makes sense. This is epic. Love the way you've, like, you haven't used a single staircase. Everything's like ramps and stuff. It's a nice little detail. Goes more. Very cool. Always a fan of these little details as well, to break up these like large pieces and that you've like switched between a repeating pattern to do the design. Looks really nice. You even have like all your function all the way up here and stuff too. See what's up. Oh. There we go. I'm landing on it right. Like the epic outpost lookout place. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, wow. And you have the axle things up here too. I love that you have like symmetry, but also don't. Like there's just enough that it feels very symmetrical, but it's also like just broken up enough that it's not just like super, super repetitive. That's also really well done. Super unique little base. Not little. Just a unique base. The zipline tower, yeah, very nice. Love it. Did I miss that? Yeah. Oh no, I went out on that. Never mind. Very well done. And make sure I catch all the little details. Like the different lighting pieces, so it looks epic from the inside and the outside. Very well done. Why don't I have lighting? I should have lighting on my grading list. Talk about it all the time. I don't necessarily have it as a grading option. Would be another good one to add. Well, another awesome base. Let's figure out how to go down without dying. I like that you use this as like an interesting roof piece and it's functional at the same time. That's the kind of stuff I love to see. It's the little things that, you know, like use like killing two birds with one stone sort of stuff. Like looks really good as a design piece, but also is functional at the same time. Is there anything else that I missed that I should see? I think we caught it all. How do I get out of here? Down. Like the little chandelier things in every corner. Also really well done. Caught it all. Let's go. So easy to miss things. Yeah, so again, first impressions on this one. We'll get into the grading of it. Another easy 4 out of 5. I love, it's kind of like unassuming at your first glance. Like I love your little entryway. I love the gate that you guys made. And then like when I first joined the world, just to take a couple screenshots, I was like, oh, look at this. This is kind of cool. Wait, there's more. Wait, there's more. Wait, there's more. Wait. It goes all the way up here, and it just like, it kept going. So I love that, like, the experience of kind of, oh, look, this is a nice little base. Wait, it gets bigger and it gets bigger and it like reveals itself more and more the further you get into it, the more you realize how much you guys have built, which I think is a really fun little thing. It's not just like, here's a massive base. It kind of like surprises you, I guess is how I'd put it, as you continually walk up further and further. Try not to die. The layout flow, another one, like I love the, it's not necessarily like a traditional layout, which I think is fun. I love these like sprawling bases, like your guys' creativity to just kind of naturally work your way up this hillside, I think is a really fun part of the reason I think this is such a cool little base location to use, is that you've perfectly traversed from literally at the bottom so far away, like, and it just naturally just kind of works its way up the hill, and then all of a sudden you're like super high up in the air. It's a really fun little way to like explore the base in the way you've just kind of utilized each of these little spaces, follow the terrain really well. Like that's sort of what I like to look at, is how well do you use the terrain kind of naturally. You have these little natural spots that feels like that's exactly where you should put your staircase and stuff. So I love that you've done a really good job laying it out, and it feels very natural, but it also is pretty intuitive. Whereas like maybe it's a little hard to find some of these, but again, that's because I've just came into this for the first time. And also like you have so many ways to get in and out with the buggies and everything. Not get attacked. I think the layout and everything, another easy 4 out of 5. Super well done. It flows very well. I mean, you even have like arrows telling you where everything is for my sake, which I think is cool. But I like that each one of these spaces just kind of like wherever there's a natural spot, you did a good job filling it in with different things. Just feels like nice little landing spots off to the side to put some function. You have like your main base and your main buildings kind of right in the center. On these kind of like obvious places, like putting your base up on a rock. Again, another great little layout option. And like in these little gullies and stuff, you're utilizing like the rocks. Like it feels very natural, and like you did a good job utilizing the terrain, which is something I always look for in a really good base design. Not that designing something on a completely flat space isn't a good design, but I tend to really like these kind of like natural flowing ones. They just are always aesthetically pleasing. The structure and realism, again, easy 4 on that one as well. You've done a great job. I can find it. There's a couple spots where you hid lighting inside the different structural pieces that you were making. So like you made little columns and you hid lighting in it. Like I love that side of using structure as like part of the base. It's not just here's a column and I built it and it holds things up. Like done a good job adding the little details to make everything structurally make sense. That tends to be where I find bases start becoming more and more realistic, or not even realistic, but the design starts really making sense when you start utilizing structural pieces, but in aesthetically pleasing ways. I think is a really cool way, even just like using a little structural piece here on an angled window to like put all these big mushrooms and make things look more natural, or just even like filling in little spots like that to just add more details. Like you've done a good job making the structural pieces interesting and like part of the design, which I think is easily overlooked for a lot of newer base builders. Not sure how long you guys have been building or anything. Not saying you're newer base builders, but in general, I find that that's where a lot of people can try to struggle, is the bases tend to feel kind of flat. They don't feel like they have enough heft to them. Utilizing like what you've done, making a half thick little design piece and hiding your lights in it, like that's exactly what I'm talking about, is like good use of the structural pieces. There's even more down here. Just random pathways everywhere. Love it. What else? And then even the structure to like build up your bounce elevator, and then utilizing this little design is like another opportunity to get over here. What did I just move? Right, one sec. Utilizing like one structural element, like a bounce elevator, and then utilizing these like kind of cylindrical little pieces as other parts of your design. So structurally it makes sense. Adding the little details to make these feel like structurally sound, I think, are also really cool little additions. They make, it's super small details, like they're not the most insane things, but it's the difference between like, oh, it's a good base, it's a good design, to like, oh, it starts feeling really realistic. It feels like well thought out, well designed. You're thinking through, not just using the scaffolding pieces, but also like angling pieces to create your little cantilevers. Like those are the details where I tend to think things start really coming to life. So I think you've done a really good job with like the little structural details everywhere. Everything feels very intentional with the structure. It's not just things kind of haphazardly floating and kind of being everywhere. They all kind of like have their fun little details, and there's a reason behind like everything you've done. So I think that's a really well done part on that. Materials and aesthetics, again, easy 4 on that. I think you did a really good job adding in these little details. I'm a big fan of like throwing in the triangles. Not that everyone has to use the triangle pieces, but like switching up the materials is a big part of that. It doesn't necessarily have to be like adding in the little angled triangle pieces that a lot of us are messing with, because we only have so many pieces at this point. So there's coming up with like unique, interesting little bases and designs that don't just look like everyone else's, I think is really hard to do. And I feel like each one of these little buildings kind of feels like its own unique little design. You've done a great job aesthetically making inside spaces and outside spaces. I think that's another thing that can be really hard to do. Like you've connected and detailed the inside and the outside really well. It's not just here's a building, there's a building, there's a building, and they all just kind of are connected by one little path. Like you've intentionally decided to make each random kind of like, oh, there's a flat space, let's detail it out, let's add some exterior walls to kind of create like a fortress feel. But then you've also done a great job just adding in fun little design changes to keep things fresh. It's not super repetitive, it's not like overly designed in any way. It just feels like very clean, cohesive little design pieces. The depth, you've got a really good understanding of like adding depth and like windows, like those sort of pieces, so buildings aren't just like one massive wall. That's where I tend to find a lot of people kind of struggle and leave one big wall that's just all one material. And you've done a really good job kind of switching it up, adding window pieces. The balconies are another great way of doing that, so kind of break up those bigger walls. You've also created like, it's not just a door, it's like a larger entrance that are all unique. Kind of, it feels very custom, which is, I think, really well done. Functionality, again, pretty much easy 5. Everything functions, everything works. I think what differentiates what you've done with the function is you've gotten to that level where you're now not just thinking like, oh, the space has to work because I got to keep building, but you're having fun with the lighting and how that is working within the structure itself. So functionally you can see, but it also adds to the design of the overall thing. A great example of that on top of it is up in this base. Uh-oh. Gotta find a fridge. Somewhere. But you've done a really good job like utilizing the, as I said, the leather, what are they? I'm lost. There we go.
It melts right off the exoskeleton.
Just like the landing pads. You've utilized it as a landing pad to drop from a really, really high space, but you've also utilized it as an interesting way to make a roof for the lower space. You've utilized like you've done a really good job with those little details where you're taking something functional and you're making it a bigger part of the design, which I think is where a lot of builds really start coming to life, is you find interesting ways to utilize the way you get around the base. It's not just massive staircase. You've had fun with creating kind of smaller, more intricate details of how you get through the base, how you kind of get from one space to another, how you store things. Like it all looks aesthetically pleasing at the end of the day. And I mean, in the materials and aesthetics, your lighting, like you've knocked the lighting out of the park. That is
Feel my cells rehydrate.
by far one of the things I find people don't do quite enough of. It's a lot of work to do all the lighting and everything, so I know why people don't necessarily do it. And it can be a little overwhelming. It also is kind of intensive on PCs and Xboxes and everything to have tons of lighting. The worlds don't run quite as well, but you've done a good job doing these little lighting effects in all these different areas, and they all feel very intentional. And with the amount of garden patches and everything you've used, it is feels very natural, but also aesthetically pleasing at the same time. Feels like you've made decisions on purpose. Things don't just feel like, I guess I'll throw some things there. Like you've thought about each individual piece. So it aesthetically is very pleasing. On top of that, the functionality, in the same sense, is you've utilized functional pieces to be interesting aesthetically and functional at the same time. Like a mushroom farm. Mostly, the mushroom farms are like also very good things to have in a base, especially once we get the mushroom bricks eventually, but you've also like found an interesting way to make them look nice and kind of add to the detail and the natural element. Yeah, you've done a really good job using the mushrooms. I think they add a really cool little detail, and they break it up. They make it feel less, they kind of hide some of the elements when you're like running around, so you don't necessarily see everything all at once. So again, it kind of reveals as you continue walking through the base, which I think is pretty cool. And the creativity and theme, again, another 4 on that, like super creative with how everything connects. You've done a good job creating sort of a natural flowing base that sort of just follows the natural terrain, as I've said before. But nothing feels super out of place. Everything feels like it fits really nicely. You've done a good job kind of continuing. Like materiality is another thing I like to think of when I'm walking through it, where you're not just using one building on repeat. You've done a good job slightly switching up the designs between each building. The shapes and forms kind of change, and the design and the details change between each one. And so I find that is a good way to create sort of a similar visual theme throughout the entire build, using like repeated pieces. You've used some of the triangles really well, the thatch roofs, the mushrooms, again, kind of create that level of cohesion. It feels like this kind of like crazy big mushroom village. But then also utilizing the lighting in all these little areas to bump up how cool the mushrooms look, so it feels like a mushroom village. And it makes sense why you have so many mushrooms and everything. Again, another well done on that side of it. And also on the functional side, I think all of your little functional pieces, like your water catchment, jerky racks, storage, stem storage, like you've done a good job making just a little structure just to kind of make it stand out, without just being like, this is where I put my pallets. Because it's really easy to fall into that, like not making each individual piece interesting, but adding fun little design elements and switching it up across the whole thing. So again, another good job on that. And improvements, again, you guys are not making it easy to offer improvements. Like, at least with the last one, the designs were insane, but it was like, oh, you can connect them better. You've connected them incredibly well. It feels very natural, the pathing through everything. You're going through a building and then out the building, into another building, down around the building, up a hill, into another space, up to the posts. Like, it's got a very good vibe. You've connected everything really well. It feels cohesive. You've done a good job switching up the materials. Nothing feels like a copy and paste building from one place to another. You've done a really good job with the lighting, so I can't really suggest that you make that better or anything. Again, I love your inside spaces and outside spaces as well. I think that's another place where a lot of people have kind of struggled from previous base tours that we've done, where they have one really good building, but they haven't gotten quite to the outside yet, or they have a really good exterior space, but they haven't quite got to the inside. I feel like you've done a good job on the outside, the exterior of each building, but you've also done a good job like adding the little details and having fun with how you get through each individual space. I think maybe if I were to offer any suggestion, finding one slightly more cohesive theme, and I think I'm stretching a little bit here in many ways, because I think you've done a good job on the whole thing overall, but try to find maybe one element that you can maybe start repeating a little bit more. So the cohesiveness, like I love the way you've designed this arch, and then how you've replicated it sort of in another area and another area. I'd love to see maybe some more of these type of designs pop up in some of these more like these other areas, like the entrances to buildings, and so you can sort of like thematically start tying them in a little bit more. But I also do just enjoy the way you've done some of these, so I wouldn't necessarily say that's something you need to make major changes on or anything. Man, you guys make it hard.
Like H2O.
Making it hard on me. Everyone's getting so good at building, that's hard to come up with suggestions. You got individual buildings with all the different pieces. Armory. You could start adding some more sort of random buildings, I guess, to house a bit more of the like bug mounts and stuff. Start thinking about how you can add those things in. I also really like the way you've kind of created a little space for all the mushrooms here. It'd be interesting to maybe see more of this kind of come out. So there's like these little mushroom forests that pop up. I kind of like this mushroom forest. I think feels a little more natural, even though it's like, it's obviously sort of like a man-made sort of farming location. I think you could potentially take that, these maybe in this lower part of the base. You've done a good job creating these more intricate designs with the mushroom pieces, especially like how you're adding in like the cockroaches and the lighting and stuff in those areas. And I think you could maybe start bringing that up into this area as well. I think overall the design feels really thought out or well thought out. But then instead of maybe just lines of mushroom here, you could potentially start breaking these out and moving them to be not necessarily more organic, but I like the way in the lower part of the base that instead of just a line of mushrooms, it's sort of like a collection of them. So it's like, oh, there's a little mushroom forest here and a little mushroom forest there. And if you sort of like spread these out a little bit, you can create a little bit better flow through this area that leads up to your main base. I think that would be sort of an interesting way to sort of detail it out, even though I do really like these little spaces. And again, you're probably not quite there yet because you're still working on it, but maybe more lighting up in this area as well. Since the lighting everywhere else feels really good, I think this one space is probably where I would potentially focus and just keep doing a lot of the things you've done on the lower area and start slowly bringing them up to this upper area as well. Yeah, and this one's more farming, yeah. So it totally makes sense, but you can find a way to potentially make this feel more like a forest is too, but at the same time making it functional. So hard ask for sure, because you want to be able to farm it, but I enjoy the level of lighting and detail in the lower area, and there's some potential to maybe find a way to kind of incorporate both the function of the line garden farms while also kind of having fun with it. Or maybe it's just adding more of this to maybe like some of this area and like kind of like bringing this out and around sort of. Same with like on this side, like continuing these around. So then this starts getting sort of surrounded by like a mushroom forest. And so it kind of will feel more like an actual mushroom forest instead of just a garden plot. Not that a garden plot necessarily has to be more than that, so take that with a grain of salt. especially as you're chopping these down and stuff. But it could become this really interesting, kind of fun, goofy mushroom forest vibe. But again, continuing maybe some of these more interesting little design pieces throughout the whole thing too could be kind of continue adding interesting details. But yeah, overall, very little I can tell you to improve. I think you've done a great job on the whole thing. You're having a lot of fun with it, and that's really all that matters. Yeah. Even maybe like bringing like mushroom forests to the outside of this could be another way to think of it. In some of these outer areas, sort of on the perimeters here, if you potentially go and do a little bit of similar design work to like what this mushroom piece. I love the way this like looks. It feels so natural. The lighting, especially when they're compact like this, the lighting looks even better at night and stuff too. And like continuing these little design pieces on some of these outer spaces to sort of help frame what's inside the base, so it's not necessarily this kind of open wall that's just kind of right here, but you can kind of block off some of this stuff and kind of continue making it feel more like, I guess, double down on the mushroom forest kind of idea, since you really like the mushrooms. I think that's an interesting way to kind of like frame and continue fortifying this. Is another fun way to kind of continue pushing that mushroom forest vibe that you've got going on, especially in some of these outer areas. Kind of start framing some of these exterior areas a little bit, but honestly, very well done there, Moss. Thank you again for letting us view this one. Another awesome base design. You guys are honestly crazy. Keep impressing. So many fun little designs, so many interesting little pieces. Again, I'm pulling hairs right now to like offer suggestions because you guys are so freaking creative with these base designs right now. Very well done. Another awesome one, honestly. Thank you once again for letting us review this one. And we will move on to the next. Yes, the raids will come back. What's up, Badoop? How's it going? Appreciate you stopping in before bed. You know whoever built this is a fun guy, right? Yes, Nikki, the only thing out is the Axle update. So it's just a boss area and some new decor items. Nothing too crazy yet. Hopefully winter comes soon. Can't wait. All right. So, check. Yes. Imposta is up. This is another epic one, y'all. Living the dream, but yeah, I got to crash. All good, all good. Appreciate you coming by and saying hi. So, we got a custom world here that Imposta's been working on. Having fun breaking the game. Creating an insane village. Turn that off real fast so we don't spoil it, because this one's nuts. Again, I keep saying that, and you guys keep somehow making them all better and better and crazier and crazier. Didn't think it was possible, but somehow you guys do it. And I'm going way over time on these two. It's the hardest part when you guys are building so well, is I can't leave. Get distracted. Oh, bro. You're insane. All right. Next up, we have Alfredo the Impasta's base. This is a creative village that they've sort of designed out and have had a lot of fun. I'm sure if you're part of the Discord, you've maybe seen some of the screenshots, but this one's another epic one. Designed over by Burgle. Another random, like another spot I haven't really seen anyone build in necessarily, so it's kind of a fun one. Be very interesting to see. All the dummies should be posed, but they are bugged right now, so they reset. You wish I had details? Dude, there's plenty of details, don't you worry. I mean, look at this. Just the entrance, like, cathedral alone. Dude, what? So freaking cool. Such a great little, like, natural entrance area as well. And again, This is for people all done in creative on this one. This is Alfredo kind of taking off-grid building chaos and crazy detailing to the next level just for fun to see what they can accomplish. So you can already see like fun little entrance that's all off-grid there. We're definitely gonna have to fly around like maniacs to get an idea of what's happening. Buggy things. Oh, this goes through the log. Oh, that's super clever. Yes, as Alfredo said, the different things are supposed to be posed properly, but... Are you trying to make me crap my pants? What is this? Is this the pit of doom? Hollow Wood Heights? That's perfect. Very clever name. This is a horrifying under area, by the way. I'm gonna just gonna close that and act like we never came in there, because I don't want to die to wolf spiders. Yeah, the ambiance is very well done already. Wow, it's so cool how you built the whole cathedral on top of that to use that as an entrance. That's really well done. And again, you're talking like your details aren't well done, dude. This is awesome. And another really cool one built out with the pebble foundations. I think it's a very underutilized little design detail. Again, you'll see some of the pieces we don't necessarily have yet because it's in creative, but so cool. Knights of the Round Table. This, dude. I gotta say, I was kind of curious what it was gonna look like on the inside with this like big cathedral, but all built out of pebble foundations, is because the insides gets really dark, but it creates this like the ambiance, as fellow Grimm said. The ambiance and like, I mean, looking out over this thing and like having the sun rays come in to this like super dark kind of cave space, but like the way you've created your own like massive windows to let in light looks really good. Like picturesque looking out at this thing. That first, like right when we entered was perfect. Even, yeah, seeing the lights, the rays of light coming in, the chandelier. I can't wait till we have pine cone, man. I miss my pine cone. I love the windows done with the ladders, though. It's a really nice little detail, too. It taped tunnel skewer. You're going full Ludorev like detail on this, like very well done. And it just gets like more airy the more you go. Oh, doesn't that look nice? The mood, dude. The vibes are next level. You even have a basketball. Everyone's got basketball arenas, football arenas. This is so good. Dude, I'm loving. This is the kind of stuff that I absolutely love. It's the similar in a way that the last base sort of organically pulls you to that next area, Moss's base. This is another really cool one where, like, I can't get out there, but the fact that I can see it from here is such a cool effect. It makes me want to instantly, like, okay, I gotta go find where that is. And it just, like, it draws you into the next area. So I think it's a really cool design overall for those reasons, too. Like, it starts to get a little more airy, a little more open as you get further up. God, the vibes, though. Your Majesty. Love it. Very cool. The throne room and everything, also very well done. Adding in the little details with these, super cool. Makes me want to go build in creative. Dang. Love survival so much. Lude was definitely an inspiration in the Sandcastle Village too. Oh, yeah. Glad I can inspire a little bit. I had so much fun building those things. Alright, we gotta see this from the outside a little too. Can't just not see it because the details are insane. This is one of my favorite combinations of materials with the pine cone and the pebble as well. Looks very aesthetically pleasing. Oh, the grabber. Ooh, the handy net. GC. How do I get the handy net out? I don't even know how to. The new menu. What button's the handy net so I can fly around? You can even go all the way to the top. I forgot the handy net was a thing. Very cool. Love the like differentiation between materials and stuff that you've done. Just enough to like create like really nice little highlights, but there we go. Yeah, this is one that needs to be flown around. Love the little like fins that you did with the palisades. And again, like the depth of everything looks super nice. Amount of detail, very well done. It's the hardest thing on the big builds is getting the outside really, really well detailed so it doesn't feel like too over the top. It's like just the right amount of detail. Just the right amount, like with the red frames, just to break it up just a little bit. Looks very nice. There we go. All the buttons are different. What the? Spoilers. As I said, guys, this one's insane. That's why creative stuff's so freaking cool. How do you even get out of here? There it is. Even if it was just this building, dude, it'd be epic. Love this courtyard. Gives me like Hogwarts vibes a little bit. Super cool. Yeah, really well done. I love the detail with the ladders. It looks so nice. Then you got crazy pathways. These are all done off-grid as well. Oh, I love... I'm gonna have to steal this. Are you gonna make me redo my whole path in this way with the walls, but then do all the floors with the clay? That looks so nice. You're going full story mode. Love it. The pathways are already so creative, dude. Love to see it. I don't even know where to go. This is insane. Forgot my timer thing. Whoop. Oh, this one too over here. Too brown, dark, and boring? I think it's epic, insane, and awesome. No, to each their own. Super cool. Love the courtyards, dude. And again, this looks so clean.
Yeah. Woo.
I mean, really, most cathedrals and castles are built out of like majority one material, so I say it's pretty realistic in ways. But I also feel like there's so many materials and stuff. The Ant Hilton Inn. Nice. And yes, this is not a fully completed build, but unfortunately Alfredo hit the build limit, and so it's they're just kind of stuck now, so they can't really do a whole lot in terms of additions. So lots of details to still add, but unfortunately until we get a bigger build limit, not much you can do with some of it. Kind of stuck doing it. This literally feels like a Hilton hotel, dude. This is crazy. No, maybe Pebble foundations aren't for everyone, but I'm loving it. I think it's fun to switch it up, especially because all we have right now is pine walls and stem walls. So if you want a more solid building, like this is really your only option at the end of the day too. So you have to remember you're working with what we got right now. We don't have all that much. Yeah, exactly as you just said. Working with what you got. Like the creativity comes from these designs are freaking awesome with how little we have. And I honestly, I agree with you, fellow Grim, as well. I think the The pebble foundations, I think, are a great way to create something that's sort of simple, and then you let the details highlight the rest of it for you. Because I think it's really easy to do too much detail too. Too many different materials all at once, whereas this feels very cohesive in many, many ways. We're just gonna fly around the whole thing. It'd be so much easier to view it and not spend 16 hours getting lost in it because it's massive. Because, like, dude, your exteriors are phenomenal. Putting me to shame. Like, you can't tell me that this is brown, dark, and boring. Like, I love that you've switched up the materials, even like coming in like and making these look like bricks that have sort of broken away, so it's not one massive wall. Like, you've done a really good job with what we have. I think it's pretty insane. This literally feels like a hotel. So good. Old Minecraft ideas, honestly, that's a great way to do it. I love looking at Minecraft stuff. Really nice little like courtyard space. Can't fly any further away, dang it. Alright, maybe we won't fly around. Dang limit on the handy net, it's way too short. I'm loving these pathways, this looks so clean. Alright, we'll check out this building and then we gotta see what that is. Pest by. I love that you're creating like a legit village too. Very cool. The puns. I mean, I knew you had the dad jokes, but you're on another level. That looks really nice too. Really like that X in between with the pebble behind it. It's a really nice detail to add depth. And as you can see, there's so many random little grids going on too, so like these buildings feel so natural. The speakers, the singing group. This is really well done, Alfredo. Honestly, super cool. I know you're still like, you've got a lot of work to do and stuff, but I mean, what you've got here is, you're gonna make Lude jealous. He's gonna look at this and be like, dude, I need to build. Because it is really well done. God, I'm in a custom, I can't die. One we just went into. They're all so interesting. New construction build, that's awesome. Dude. I don't even know we're looking at half of this. Really like how you kind of slightly elevated this too. Very well done. Yeah. Very well done with the way everything's connected and the detail between them. I'm loving the way you've detailed these buildings out. Took that from me, all good. There's nothing better than seeing someone take an idea and do it better than I did it, though. That's what I love to see. Like, the roof details, like, so many people need to take a look at how you built these roofs. I know it's hard because we don't currently have pine cone roofs, but the intricacy where you've changed the heights and you've created different slopes adds so much detail. Just the little pieces that you found a way to kind of like incorporate in. The depth is insane. Another thing that I'm always really impressed with. There's no big flat walls. You've added depth even to like the large structural pieces, I think. that looks really good. The like clock tower portions of this, like instantly recognizable. The planter boxes in the window frames also look incredible. The like dual entry from both sides is epic. Yeah, the roof detail, even with like the chimneys, like each roof is different. You've done such a good job like breaking it all up. It's really cool. Makes me super excited for like end game building in this game once we get to that level. We have all the items unlocked and have endless amounts of build materials. The bug museum going in here, it looks like. I love the big windows that you've done. Look epic. Absolutely insane. And yes, lots of open spaces to still fill, but the library of lawn grass, dude, I love it. The podium to talk to people. Like, that's how you know it's going to be good. Like, I know you have a lot to do and you need more build limit to get there, but the little details you have, like, my brain sees the library of lawn grass. Like, I can visualize this filled, and I know it's going to be epic. It's very obvious that from what you've done already, like, it's all going to look freaking awesome. So well done. The scale is just incredible. Again, I know it's creative, but you've done a really good job detailing this whole thing out. Like, there's just enough of every detail. It's like everything I've been talking tonight about, small pieces that are replicated over and over again to create a visual theme, but not something that's like so repetitive that it's like it's just copy and pasting. Like, each building is completely different, but you've used this tower on this side, but they look completely unique and different. They also sort of feel like they still tie into the towers on that side as well. The little buildings all have tons of details, like the roofing. Everyone, like, roofing 101 class from Alfredo is what you're going to need to teach everyone. The roofing is so well done, which creates such unique little interesting pieces. Makes me want to just like go back to the start and see the whole thing in like one big flyby. And again, I'm not going to spend a ton of time grading on it because I know you know what you're doing and I know you're really good at building. I've seen all of your different stuff. You don't necessarily need my help because it's just keep going. Like, there's nothing that I would change from what you're currently doing. It's just like continue telling the story as you get more build pieces, as we get more build limit. That's one of the things I reached out to the devs on is a niche building community that the builders are hitting the build limit at this point, and we need more. And so I'm hoping that we get a little bit of attention since we're not going to get 1,000 votes or whatever we need to get that as a suggestion that they'll add as more build limit, but I'm hoping that's something that they maybe can just toss in as a little thing to help us keep going, because this is epic. The verticality of it, like, you've done such a good job like raising the levels. Like, the fact this right here is such a crazy photo. It looks so good. It feels like a hill, like a mountainside village that's like been built into this crazy terrain. Very cool. There's a courtyard on the other side too that looks a bit different on the other side of the big building. Did I miss it? Or that side? Not sure, Ducky. I'm gonna have to check the list. Oh yeah, I forgot to call out your claw machine, your rock claw picker-upper. Little tank design, also very well done. Yeah, man, you killed it. Like, I know I've seen the images. Also, none of you guys, I don't see, where's the dragon? You remade the dragon, didn't you? Or is that in a different save now?
My dragon design is based solely off of Alfredo's dragon design. Different save. Dang, it was so good. I'm replicating his design purposefully. That once I can change once we get new materials and stuff. So, awesome, dude. Again, everything's a 5 out of 10, 5 out of 5, 10 out of 5. Yeah, yours was based off of Luda's, but yeah, this is the level of building that you can get to when it's just like pure freedom and you're just having fun with it. Yes, there is a build limit, Felix. Yeah, this is the build limit. We're very close to it. This amount of items. So it's a big build limit that not many people are going to be able to hit by any means, but there is one. Can't stop being amazed by this. I love building with foundation pieces. Yeah, I think it's a really good example for people because not many people use the foundation pieces. I have a couple builds in the first game where I utilize them quite a bit, but there's a lot of potential, especially when you start mixing them with the other materials, like a lot of interesting little ways that you can kind of design towers and break up everything. Gives a really nice, like, European building design where it's like kind of heavier foundations with like lighter wood on top. It looks really nice. Yeah, again, 5s, 10s across the board, Alfredo. This is a freaking awesome creative build. Super unique and fun. Really appreciate you letting us show this one off. I think it is... I enjoy reviewing and helping people build stuff, but I also like showing off stuff that just purely pushes the game to its limits and shows off how crazy you could build in this game. Because I think at first glance, it's really easy to look at like a grass wall and be like, this game's building sucks. That's what I thought when I played Grounded 1. I thought the building was like childish. And then 2 years later, I had the most ridiculous cities and stuff built, because when you put some time in and you start learning like how these different things can work together, you can really see how unique of a building game it is. Like, your pathways are awesome, the off-grid stuff, the way you've kind of like created unique angles so it looks very natural. In a big, heavy son of village design, it also feels like a very like natural, just flowing little village. So it's really cool, really well done. And the details are insane. I think everyone can take notes and hopefully get some interesting ideas on how they can add their own twists to some of these ideas, because these are cool. We even missed like the way you're connecting some of these things. Like, we didn't even see it all. Wow. Very, very well done, Alfredo. Thanks again for letting us view this one. Hopefully everyone enjoys seeing some of the craziness you can build if you're just purely having fun, because this is a great example of it. And Alfredo's posting pictures of his base designs and builds and stuff all the time in the Discord if you're interested in looking at those as well, because it's insane. Absolutely insane. Once again, thank you, man. Appreciate it. You guys are on another level. The builds tonight are nuts. Great mix of just cool, interesting designs. And ridiculous, over-the-top stuff, too, at the same time. Who's up? Uncle Beef. You're up. Yeah, what makes you wish you could change to creative? That's why I like custom mode. Custom mode was a really good... it's a good balance. No, Beef. Uncle Beef is next. Then... Uncle Beef, Eddie, and then Rad. Depending on how many we get through. Only 9:30. The off-grid stuff is outstanding. Yeah, those were very well done. Off-grid can be ridiculous and not necessarily look good, but when you do it like that, it's a very, like, cool... It's clean. Like, when you do it to that level and you keep it really clean, especially with foundations, that looks really good with foundations. It makes it look very nice. Don't make Rad wait more? Do you want me to do Rad's base instead of yours beef? You don't have to go after the ridiculous creative build. Rad's is also, I mean, Rad's is fairly big, but it's not as ridiculous as Alfredo's was. That's just pure. Alfredo's just trying to be crazy. Oh, wait. Uncle Beef. Niels. I forgot Niels was in there too. You're good? All right. Feel a sense of accomplishment from playing survival that I can't get in creative. I feel very very similar. Gotta go to bed. All right. We'll do Uncle Beef. Then we'll do Rad to get you guys going. And then if we get to it, we'll do Niels afterwards. That's the difference, though, is there is inherently value in ridiculous creative builds and also smaller survival builds. And nothing about this is meant to compare between Alfredo's ridiculous creative build, because there's nothing. That's just Alfredo doing ridiculousness to do it. Nothing more. Alfredo's also been building for an insane amount of time. If you haven't checked out Alfredo's base in Grounded 1 on See-Through's channel, yeah, you can you'll be impressed. They have a pagoda base. A base that's on the pagoda, I guess, is the better way to put it. It's not a pagoda base necessarily, but it is. Doesn't post anything, and nobody else is building cathedrals, and he doesn't post ideas. Alfredo's 100% posted that cathedral. Getting back. Well, I didn't know that, Ducky. I've just got to go off the list. I kind of take it as it goes. Welcome in, Yasuran. But yeah, Beluga, if you're, feel free to ask people as well if you're in the Discord. That's another great way to, if you want ideas. I mean, the hard part is we haven't had this game long enough to say, for people to have time to build massive cathedrals and stuff. It's a late game sort of thing. It's hard to do with the lack of materials currently, so most people's bases are not going to be quite that level. But you can definitely watch a lot of the Grounded 1 stuff, because it directly translates to Grounded 2 if you want to see cathedrals, and there's a lot of cathedrals in Grounded 1. Crazy what people do in these kinds of games, seriously. But yeah, ask people about some of their Grounded 1 stuff if you want cathedral ideas. It's probably an easier way to get ideas on those specifically. My first build outside of starter base I built, so I'm still figuring it out. All good. We're all here to learn and get ideas and get better at the end of the day. That's definitely not... Don't ever feel like you have to compare yourself. The idea is that you see crazy bases and you can go, okay, I can keep going. Encouragement. It's an encouragement to know that, like, okay, I can take this to another level and I can keep improving and keep getting better and put more and more time into it. Hate mice, they jump. Yeah, they do jump very fast. They come out of nowhere too. All right, we will get into it. All right, next up we have Uncle Beef. Another ceremony location build. It kind of goes up the side of it. Another great location overall. Another big one. You keep saying small, and I don't agree with you that this is small. Compared to maybe some of the massive ones, sure, but Beef, this is not small by any means. This thing's huge. Great little detail with the lights as well, hiding them behind that. Another foundation build, which is really cool. What do we got? A maze. Those freaking pumpkins. Sound scares the crap out of me every time. Got your, like, bug jail down here, I'm assuming. Let all the prisoners free. Yeah, the mwahahahaha. Comes out of nowhere. This is a prison. I end up, whoa. A little dungeon, very nice. Job on the turret defenses. Again, this isn't small, dude. This is well done. This looks awesome. However you got the lights in there looks really good. They're like inside it. What the heck? Like literally like a glowing lamp. That looks so cool. Good job. Yeah, it's like a glow stick. I haven't seen one of those mushrooms lit that way before, and that's really cool. Little pallet depot storage area. All your chest storage. Plant lamps. Clip inside. Ah. Plant lamps clip inside. Yeah. Read that weird. The wire to harvest my grass and planks. That works really well. Good way to do it. And where I just got me all sorts of turned around. So many ways to get around. Samantha. It is a maze, but I enjoy that. I have no problem getting lost in a base. All right, we got to see it because your lighting looks really good. Very well done. Very cool. Loving the detailing so far, man. Don't sell yourself short. I think you're doing a great job so far. Another basketball arena? Y'all are crazy. This looks really nice too. Similar to what we saw earlier, but in its own way. These look really nice as well. A good use of depth. Got all your function through here. Oh, you mean like a little pit. A really well designed space as well. A lot of inspiration from watching your videos. That's the goal, right? Nice little chandelier as well. Staircases. Nice, man. Although, how do you sleep with these things going off every 5 seconds? It's gonna steal all your treats. Freeloader. Spider. Love. I've seen a couple people light these up. They look so crazy. They're like so creepy lit up, but it looks so good at the same time. Little bed and everything. Oh, and you can get up on the roof. That. What's the pumpkin going through? I was like, what? I like it, and then you just like shut it so it looks just like it was meant to be like that. Let's see. Like, creative is its own category. We have no excuse not to build more. My survival bases aren't anywhere close to this or any of the survival bases we've seen. Yeah. The hard part is when you're building in survival, like comparing to anyone that's building in creative, is you have to spend half your time collecting materials and collecting these things. Whereas when you're building in creative, you don't have to collect anything. You don't have to worry about that. So, of course, creative builds are going to be massive and huge comparatively. That's just kind of the name of the game when you're like, when you're actually collecting all of this stuff, it just adds so much time to the whole process. I think there's value in working hard and collecting all of this stuff, because I think I really enjoy it. I think it's really cool. I think it's like a challenge to push yourself, but it's just more of a challenge. The details take longer. You got to kill bosses to get all the really cool stuff. You got to get the end game stuff. The creative stuff is going to look better right now too, because there's so many, like, there's items that we don't have, you can't get without custom right now.
When you learn it yourself.
But yeah, I mean, overall, Beef, very well done. think we saw all of it. I know not quite as time consuming as the previous ones, but at the same time, I think it's a really like well done, succinct little base. And again, not that little, really. Like the amount of time you've probably spent collecting all of just the pebbles and clay alone, like, is a huge amount of effort. So definitely do not sell yourself short, because I think you've done a really good job. And that's why I enjoy showing off both creative and survival builds, because it shows you, like, this is a much more realistic scale for 99.9% of the building community and grounded community in general. Like, this is a much more achievable size, but this is bigger than the vast majority of people building in grounded too. We're just a community of people that build ridiculous things, and some of us have been building for 2+ years in grounded, so it's one of those things, like, comparing yourself to someone that's been building in this game for 3 years is like, now they haven't been building in grounded 2, but the grounded 1 experience directly translates to grounded 2. So you get a head start by being someone who's put a lot of extra time in. But overall, I'm a big fan so far, man. I think you've done a really good job with this. As in first impressions, again, I think it's a fun little base. I like that you're having fun with the way you get around the base. You're not just stuck with massive staircase that's kind of boring to walk through. Your creativity with the little dungeon area, and then your base all the way up on top, and you have these like fun kind of like internal ways to jump around with bounce elevators and stairs and ramps. Like, you're having a lot of fun with it, and you're definitely headed in the right direction. So I'm happy to give you a 4 out of 5 on the first impressions. I think everyone should come into this with the idea that, like, we can all get better, and that's the point of it. It's not to say like, oh, that person's is better than mine, or that's the best one in the community. Like, the goal is that we're all collectively kind of getting better and better and taking ideas and finding new ways to make interesting stuff. It's not just, oh, there's good builds and there's bad builds. I think every build inherently has interesting ideas that can be improved upon and like taken to that next level and stuff. So you're absolutely headed in the right direction. To build with function, because there's a scorpion and wolf spider that like to crawl around the rock. Yeah, and that's another thing, is like you've found interesting ways to defend your base from the game itself, which is another challenge of survival, is you have to deal with the bugs. Like, you don't just get to show up and build a base like in creative where the bugs don't bug you. They're part of the game and you have to deal with them. And so you found an interesting way to kind of like get around that and stuff. Juan, I will get to your question as soon as I'm done with this one as well. The layout and flow, I want to put you like between a 3 and a 4, because I think I really like how you're having fun with the layout. I think it's very interesting. I like that you can kind of go to all sorts of different levels in different ways, which is like you've had a good time doing it. You're like very creative with the way you're thinking of, what if you went out on this level, and then what if you also had a set of stairs that kind of gets you to different places, but in the same way at the same time. I think they're kind of fun ways to break things up, so it's not just a straight staircase to the same area. Like, you can kind of pick your way and kind of get lost in it, especially because you've given yourself a lot of potential for things to continue growing and adding in this space as well, which I think is nice. I think trying to think of like everything is a completed base kind of leaves you in a boring spot where you've created enough space here that you have a lot of room to grow in it, which I think is really cool. You have an interesting way to kind of like get around the base. But again, I like the way that you kind of have bounce elevators, you have ramps, you have stairs, you have spiral stairs. Like, you've had a really fun time with the layout and the way you get through the base, whether it's like utilizing the rock to get up to these different levels, to get up to the back area, which is also like a way to get in your base. So it's like you've got really good like creative ideas of how you're getting around this base, which I don't think is as easy as maybe you potentially think it is, because I think that's a really epic way to enter a base. Is like, you can come up from the outside there, you can come up from literally on the inside of this little structure you've made. You've done a really good job just like creating interesting ways to get around the base that create visually appealing places. So I think you've done a really good job on that. The structure and realism, again, 3 out of 4, 3, 2, 4, 3.5, 4 out of 5. I think you could potentially push that stuff a little bit further. Some of these spaces, like beefing up some of these walls a little bit more, I think could be kind of interesting, and start like, you have this like massive pebble platform, like on top of wood, I think is where you could potentially improve little bits of the structure here. But then like the overall base itself, or your actual base, I think the structure starts making more sense there. So I think that's kind of a really interesting little way. You've kind of got these like large design pieces going up the side that are visually appealing, especially with the lighting. Again, you got a really good grasp on lighting as well, like even just utilizing grass here to like backlight it to add even more lighting to it. So I think those are all really well done. Even like utilizing breaking up this big wall with another piece, I think is really cool. And like building out a massive platform like this it's really difficult to detail, like getting up to a base that's so highly elevated. So I think you've had fun with it. So I think it's all really well done. But you could also potentially start working out how does structure start fitting in some of these areas where you've obviously spent a lot of time collecting all of these things. And so I wouldn't expect you to have it all done necessarily, but you could start working through how do you start connecting these things so they feel as grounded as this does, pun intended. Because I think you start to feel like this all feels like kind of hefty and it's a good foundation for it. And then you just have a couple elements that are sort of lacking in that same level of like foundation and like strength that you have going. So I think that's just taking some of the way you've built out the foundations in these other areas that feel more natural and kind of continuing those. Materials and aesthetics, I think you've done a great job. Like, you're having a lot of fun with adding in details. I think it's really easy to get caught when you're building with foundations specifically, with just having massive walls of foundations. I think Alfredo's is a great example of how you can break those up. I wouldn't necessarily hesitate in trying to create like some maybe slightly more intentional pieces. So like if things like this kind of came over in this whole section here, potentially set back like a half block, those could start to be some really interesting details, and sort of like adding in some of those like pieces where it starts to draw detail or attention to some of those areas where like this is an entrance. So there's nothing wrong with like, hey, make it an entrance. It doesn't necessarily have to be the whole thing, but like create a relief here and then start taking some of these lighting patterns and continuing them around. Because what I see is you've got areas where you've been really creative, where you create a really nice little effect, like backlighting stairs, a gradient of lights here. You have these details and everything for these materials, and you're like got good depth on some of these areas. And so it's just taking that idea and continually pushing it to the next level. And so areas where it works, continue that to the next areas. Find a spot that's a little blank and say, what did I do well on the base? Because I think the base is detailed really well overall. I think you've done a really good job like breaking it up, creating nice entrances, not having just one, like it's not all windows, it's not all pine, it's not all one side of the pine. You've broken it up nicely. The balconies, I think, are great. I think those are awesome little additions and stuff. But again, like you could start adding in those little details to make them feel like more and more connected to it. You could start utilizing these little designs to sort of tie more pieces in. You'd also start tying in some pieces like from these roof structures. Roofs are hard, like honestly. Alfredo's is another example of like what you could start doing with the roof detail as well. Because I think you're headed in the right direction with a lot of this. I think this all looks pretty nice, honestly. I like that you've kind of brought some of these pieces out, but then it's like, how do these maybe start tying back into the structure a little bit? And that'll really start like bringing massive amounts of detail to places that I think already look good. It just takes it to one extra level. Same with like, can't get over there right now, but structure on little things like this. How does this tie back in so it doesn't feel like it's floating as much, where you've started it, but finding ways like, does this need a column that goes all the way down to the bottom that has this like clay foundation and pebble foundations that sort of like have interesting designs that you could work with. Functionality, again, very functional. All your spaces work. It's hard to have kind of knock you anything on the function, like everything works. I think the only thing you could start doing is, how does function start becoming part of the design overall? How do you create chest areas that are more visually appealing, especially as we get more items in the game? Like, how do you expand upon these as you build this base more and more? Can the chests be like I like how you've kind of tied these around. How do you continue adding elements like these functional pieces into the base to continue detailing it out? Is typically how I like to do it. Is, well, I need spinners. How am I going to design more spinners into the base? Like, you've done a good job with these little things. This space kind of wants that same level of detail. So maybe one side's spinners, one side's grinders. But you've also done a really good job, like, functionally on the other side of things, where using the machinery and processing stuff. But I always think of, like, stairs are a functional part of a base. You've done an incredible job creating function through the flow of the base. And so instead of just a random staircase, like, you've done a really good job spiraling without just using spiral staircases. So everything feels very interesting. You've done a really good job doing these little details. How can you continue lighting, continue this lighting effect where you've had fun with the grass floors and the pebble foundations? How do you start adding detail to these roof areas as well, as another way to kind of continue it? I like to think of any blank wall, I want more happening. Like, how do I add decorations? How do I add seating areas? Look at a literal house design, like, just look up designs online, just Google it, or Pinterest is another great thing. What spaces are in a house? Can you add a kitchen? Can you add a family room? Can you add a TV or a movie room? Can you add, like, how do you utilize these spaces where, like, you've started adding details, but, like, what does this want to be? And kind of come up with an idea of a space in a normal, real world situation in a building, whether it's a commercial building or a house, whatever it is. Like, what are those spaces that you could start adding details to? Because you have lots of little space that you can keep filling up here, and so it's just kind of like adding a little more detail, filling it out just slowly, little by little by little. The idea of a long table, how it's done in the past few builds, exactly like that. And that's why I love showing off some of the bigger builds, because I mean, Alfredo hasn't had the best table in the world that I've seen, but it looked really clean and really nice, and you could find a way to do your own table design or use the other tables. We've seen crazy table designs, like long dining halls, in the same way. How do you kind of use some of those built elements? We've seen ping pong tables. We've seen, it's again for people who aren't part of the Discord, like, there's a lot of little build ideas that people keep posting on there for little designs, little things, and and that's the whole point of it, is to take those ideas. That's why we do the base reviews, is so I can show you guys, oh, look at this one little detail, whether it's a glow stick mushroom that now we're gonna see 100 of because it looks so good, and like each base has like one little detail that we can all start kind of finding our own way to add to our own bases and just slowly keep detailing it out. But it's just, I think for you specifically, taking one specific area that you're like, okay, this needs a little more detail. You've done a great job detailing this. Now what happens on the rest of these walls? Where else can you add detail? There's more armors, there's more weapons. This is the majority of them, but how can you add just a little more detail, a little more lighting? And it's one of those things that slowly builds over time. And before you know it, you'll have a base very similar to what we've seen earlier. It's just kind of picking each little area and how you add more and more until it just becomes ridiculous. The creativity and theme, again, creativity, I think you're doing a great job. I really enjoy the way you've creatively made the flow of this base. Kind of just like wherever you go, you can kind of find a new way. You can enter the same building in like 3 different ways. I think is really fun. Like, you come up, depending on where you are, you're in a basketball arena or you're in the main staircase. I think you've had a lot of fun. You have obviously are having a lot of great little creative moments here, and it's just like push it push it. Every space wants to have this level of detail that you've put into these staircases, because most people, I think, get stuck and have like a staircase, and you've done a really good job like creating enough space in these areas that you can kind of divide it up into interesting levels, and you've like spaced things out really well. So I think you've done a great job on the majority of this space. And the only thing that you can continue doing is just add more detail to each individual space, which I don't hesitate when I'm saying I can definitely tell from what you've built so far that you can continue building really cool stuff. But it's all just real world examples. And I think you had said, like, how do you fill the empty spaces? Look up real world examples of buildings, of spaces, and figure out what you're missing in terms of details. And it's hard to translate that directly to a video game, but I try to think of all my buildings as like real spaces. So I either think of, if this is my house, what spaces in a house do I not have in here yet? Or I like to do the other thing is, what piece of building, what piece of decor can I design a space around? Is there something interesting, just like this little dude, like armor dummies kind of like greeting you? Like, how can you use more armor dummies? How can you use like spiral staircases? How can you create chandelier lighting? And it's just little bits of that over and over again, added up over time. You'll get to that level of detail. Same thing with like, look at the bases we've reviewed before. A lot of grounded 1 bases are really good examples too. If you're not quite finding enough of the grounded 1 stuff, or grounded 2 stuff, grounded 1's a great way to look at the detailing. And like bug museums, armories, I've got a bathhouse, I've got like so many random things where I'm just like, oh, there's this specific block that I find interesting, one decor item. Is there a way that you can utilize a space to specifically design your spider nest and ant nest? So they're maybe more designed into a room or a specific space, instead of just like, this is a spot they can go. It's just, all right, how do I design a space specifically around this, and just keep adding details, and those things will slowly just fill up over time. You find interesting pieces, and as they add more pieces too. But like a throne room, you can make a throne room with a new throne. You can make like individual bedrooms and break up some of those spaces. It's just kind of like little by little, you get more ideas as we keep doing stuff too. I hit a wall in a way, and this is the input I needed to keep me going. Hey, that's the whole goal. As someone who has dealt with builder's block, I absolutely know how that feels. I have hit points on massive builds that I had 500, 600, 700 hours into, and I've just been like, I don't know what to do anymore, and I have so much space, and I don't know what should be there. And so that's the hope of these base reviews, is some people are showing off bases, some people are going to get more help for what they could do with individual spaces. But overall, I think you've done a really good job with like the little details that you've added, the little ideas that you've had. Like, it just needs more of those ideas. So I think you're a lot better than you think you are, or than you give yourself credit for. I think everyone's at a different point in their build. So doesn't necessarily mean that someone's as good or someone's not. Just we're all at different points in our builds. We all have different amounts of time. Some people can play this 24/7. Some people can't play more than an hour a week. And so you just got to take little piece by little piece, and it just keeps going and adding and adding. I think the space under the basketball court would be a good place for the nest. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And like similar to like how you've done a dungeon, like those ideas, those are the creative ideas that you're on the right track with all of them. It's just look up more prisons, look up more dungeons. How do you add more details? Can you add little benches? Can you make little like shelves? Can you put the shelves in there and like make it look like little jail cells? And it's just little detail, little piece after little piece, and you'll be amazed at how quickly this base goes from good to wow, really, really good. Because you're definitely on the right track. So I'd say once again, keep it up. You're on the right track. Feel free to ask lots of questions in the Discord as well. It's a great place to shoot ideas around and look at other people's, scroll through the chat, the grounded chat, and get more ideas as well. Because that's definitely a great resource for if you get stuck. Because there's a lot of people that have a lot of things. They're happy to send images of their bases and stuff if you have a
What are your kitchen designs? What is this design? What's your basketball court design? There's so many different ideas in that Discord that is can help a lot of people when they get builder's block. Because it's very real. We all hit that point where we're like, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm stuck. But I appreciate you, Uncle Beef, for letting me show this one off. Awesome build, honestly. Just keep it up. You're doing a great job. Just stay the course, and you'll have something you'll be really, really proud of. You already should be proud of it, but it's just going to get better and better. All right, now we will do Rad, so Rad can finally go to bed. Appreciate the patience. Well, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. There it is. All right, Juan, Dad, where would you recommend building a base for the upcoming updates? I mean, I think it's a tough question because I don't think there's one spot that in this game that is better than the others. I don't think that you're necessarily gonna like feel that you missed out because we have fast travel. And it's only going to get more expansive as you go in the game, as we get more things unlocked. So any place that you find relatively close to a fast travel station, I think is going to be a good starting location for any build. As long as you have a handful of weed stems, a handful of like clovers and rocks and clay in those general areas, I think you can make any location work, especially because we're going to be able to fast travel. And I've collected things. I mean, like my base is in the lamppost, and I don't find that it's that difficult to go all the way to the other side to get like berry leather and stuff. So I wouldn't necessarily say there's a best spot to build. If you're worried about it, there's nothing wrong with building in the starting location. There's a lot of really good outposts that are pretty safe. Some of them are maybe not as good of places to build. You maybe have to fortify a place like this or this because of some of the bigger bugs that are in those locations. But anywhere relatively close is you're not going to have any troubles with. And the most important thing that I find when you're building a base is you have to visually like the location. It shouldn't be, oh, what's the optimal spot? Like there's no optimal spot. Every spot is going to have one downside or many downsides and many upsides. Like there is no, especially with the way the map's laid out right now and how big it's going to get, there is no good or best location. There's just what's visually appealing to you. Where do you think you can build an interesting house or base or castle or whatever it is? And so visually looking around and saying like, oh, this space is really nice because you can fortify it really easily if that's what you're interested in, like safety. Or if you're just interested in like craziness, you could build on top of the rock, or people have built on top of the podium. I'm building inside and around a lamppost, and it's like that's just what I visually found interesting. And at my base location, other than the fact that there's weed stems, is probably horrible because there's a wolf spider underneath it. There's no fast travel locations, but I absolutely love this base location. And so for me, that was what was more important is what can I build there, because I want to build something interesting. Not necessarily something that just functions or works. So it depends on what your goal is. And especially with the raids in the current, the way they currently have raids laid out is raids attack you, not your base. Whereas in the first game, raids attacked your base, not you. So they were trying to destroy your base in the first game. In this game, you don't have to worry about it as much because all you have to do is, as soon as you hear the base raid sound, just run outside and they won't even touch your base. As long as you're not standing inside your base, you're like totally safe in this game. And you can finish the mixer and turn the raids off if you beat this. So then you don't even have to worry about them. So you're much safer overall. Like building structures, decorating them is where I have trouble. I always just move on with construction and have to come back to the details. I typically start with an idea of what the inside's going to kind of be like. But then I as an architect, I specifically like building the exteriors of a building. The interiors is where I struck because I'm not an interior designer. I'm half decent because I've done a lot of it over time through work and that kind of stuff. But for me, like the outside is what's fun. So I spend more time building the outside of my base than the inside.
As long as the inside is decorated decently and functions really well, I'm super happy with it. So there's nothing wrong with, I tend to say like the best designs are something where you start building the exterior, then you work on the interior a little, then you go back to the exterior, and they sort of like, they go hand in hand with each other. The best buildings in the world are the ones that the inside and the outside are cohesively working together to accomplish whatever's happening on the inside. So the lighting from the windows enhances what's happening on the inside, and the detail on the inside informs what's happening on the outside. And so you get these, like, there's a rhyme and reason, because whatever's happening on the inside is slightly reflected on the outside, and whatever's happening on the outside is slightly reflected on the inside. And it's like this give and take between them both. But yeah, I tend to do more exterior first and then make adjustments to make the inside work from there. With like, I'm always slightly thinking about the inside, so I'm not like totally screwing myself, but I'm also not like worrying too much about it. Where is the shoe house? Ducky. Is it like this whole thing? In Cinderman, another thing, like, with zip lines, with more buggies, I'm in it. Okay, cool. Like, build where you want to build. Honestly, like, I don't think it's as far away as most people think. Because, realistically, if you build here, you're gonna be far from here no matter what. Like, you could build perfectly central, and it is, like, if it got this big, like, it doesn't matter where you build, you are going to be far away from some part of the map. So don't make your base location specifically, because something close to this is actually closer than this. Like, if you build here, you're actually closer to this side of the map if you built here, because you have a fast travel location. Every single one of the ranger outposts is eventually going to be a fast travel option. So in theory, the only thing that is really optimal is that you're building near a ranger outpost of some kind. And even that, this is not, like, mine's here, running to there is not that far. On a buggy, it happens, it's so fast. And you'll eventually just build a zip line straight to it, and then you can TP anywhere. So it's less, you have to worry about it less than you might think. Do what I've been doing. Yeah, build multiple. Yeah, and you can also build little outposts all over the place too, especially because we have nothing but time. Alrighty, let's get into it. All right, next up we have Rad Galaxy. Sort of built a massive base and that goes throughout all this different area. So we will kind of see what happens. I have no clue what's happening in this base, so. Apparently Ducky's been helping out a little bit. Ducky, you left cockroaches in Rad's base. Ew. The worst. How unsanitary, guys. What are you doing over here? Alright. But, great little location. Nice being close to the ice cream cart, especially because I have to go get chocolate chips all the time. So I do like that location. But one I haven't seen a whole lot of. I've seen suggestions of building in the shoe, but that's a great little spot. Just hosting the world. Okay, okay. I get that, I get that. Love the lamp designs. Love that everyone fell in love with those random lamp designs that we were all coming up with. Should I run in the base first or around the base first? Because this looks big. Send it. Alright, we got our little kitchen area, a little bar, fire roasting pit area. We'll just send it. We'll get to everything. Wow, you built an extensive wall system. Little exterior outposts. Checked everything. Love it.
My choice. Streamer's choice. Let's go. Well, now we're just gonna get lost. All right. Like that you built around the terrain already. As I've said probably 100 times tonight, so I'm probably sound like a broken record. Is my favorite thing is having terrain be like an active part of a base design. Especially like how you're using it to get around the little areas and stuff. It's always fun. All your function and everything. Oh, geez, it goes down too. Your little, oh, the ranger outpost. That's nice. Very good job. Wow, you went full on dresser drawers. That actually is not a good way to do it. I always forget that these are an option to use as like a full chest. Be something interesting. I might have to mess with these a little bit more. I kind of like maybe a library design or something could be really interesting to do with these, and like kind of similar layout, and just like find a way to like make interesting columns with them. Could be really cool. But I love that. It's super unique. I don't think I've seen anyone like using that as their sole chest option. Your water droplets with your little easy access. I ruined it. A lot of water. And go up more. Oh, Rad said it's my choice. We're gonna get lost, you know? Where are... Oh, duh. There, you go up the stairs that I already walked partially up. Library idea. Note taken, right? That's what I'm saying, is you never know, like, what someone's random idea, like, you use something for a chest, like, and I'm like, ooh, I want to use that as a library. I could see those being used as, like, bookshelves and stuff. Got your little rooftop deck area. Balcony that goes all the way around. Very nice. I like your little chandelier ideas as well. Your wall mount area and everything. Yeah, and the tower. What's up, Joe? Welcome in. Doing good. Let's see if there's anything else. Played on here. Just found something I didn't know was there. That's how you know, that's how my favorite bases are. It's like accidentally stumble upon just randomness. You know, these like little bug stands that are fun. Other way. Yeah, that would make more sense. What a view. Oh, I didn't notice that they added pumpkins to that. Pumpkins look so nice. I want to like build in a pumpkin. Makes me jealous of Shikaka's base having that be a part of it. Nice. Am I gonna die jumping down this? Rad. That's the question. Where's the landing pad? Send it. That didn't work. Can do it. Ouch. Can't do it. Oh. Right there. I couldn't see it from there. Little huts. Assuming you were trying to make a weevil food area.
Oh, the hole in that. That makes sense. I get you. I get you. And go that way? Or should I go into this space? So many options. All right. Oh, wrong way.
I wish it was noodles.
Good, those heal. Like, I'm gonna end up falling off of something and killing myself on accident because I'm not paying attention. Welcome to Hoops Tiki Bar and Spa. Right. I know this is the area you were most proud of. There, experience it all. Little storage depot. And I love the, we've seen this a couple times now. Absolutely love the way these look, just like arched, especially, dang. That's like, talk about some ASMR building right there. That is perfect. That makes me feel good. All right, we got all the tiki bars. I'm assuming these guys are supposed to be placed, but they still haven't fixed the armor dummy adjustments. Everything stays, sadly. Little fireplace, tiki bar. Guessing that's a speaker, and this is like a dance floor. What would be my first guess, especially because there's a little bar over here too. Got your yoga mats. Love that. That's so good. Yoga mats. This is your hot tub area. Got your own little private hot tubs, man. Love it. Very fun. I don't think I've seen anyone that has a yoga area. We've seen some like hot tub bathhouse type stuff, but the yoga area is perfect. Love that. Have the axle toe thing up there. Yeah, the axle thing is. I'm assuming that's what you're telling me to go look at. Expensive. And then another little area with a bar. Very fun. Oh, this one? Oh, you're saying in the, oh yeah, I didn't even really realize there was a roof up here. It's so, like, open. Chandelier. Parkour. Parkour. Gotta love a good chandelier. Very nice. Oh no. I've fallen. I go all the way back around. Dang me and my shortcuts. Now we can go up the bridge, I guess. Honestly, didn't even quite realize that that was so high off the ground either, funnily enough. Run. I think there was a little pathway outside that I didn't see yet. Yeah, another bridge. Interesting.
Fun little tunnel area. Goes all the way around. I didn't realize you had built this big. Love the little bridges and walkways and stuff. I hear creepy crawlers. Ugh. The bug arena. Paying to build the supports? Yeah, they're a lot of work. I'm assuming this is your like battle arena area. Very nice, very nice. Dang pumpkins to scare me. Rooms. Very nice, man. I don't think we've seen an arena quite this big yet. Like full-on battle royale arena. All right. Is there anything else I need to see? Questions, questions. There's more? Which part? Where do I go? Snack bar. Is there a sign? Wait, is it? Or is it like inside one of these? And there's a b-ball court? Where? Hard part is the delay. I think this is the snack bar? Snack bar? Is it something else? Follow the bridge all the way. Ton. What? Yeah, lots of fun little ideas. This looks like a snack bar to me. Is that not the right one? You unalived Axel 14 times? Nice. I definitely have not killed him that many times yet. This, right? Or am I crazy? Okay. Do I need to see the b-ball court? Or is that for later? Back on the bridge. Tunnel. Not this tunnel. That's what I walked through, right? What is the armor? This is the Founder's Pack skin, not an actual armor. Oh, this tunnel. Yeah, okay. Ah, there we go. Nice. This is a perfect spot for a little court. I've always really liked this little area too. It's a very fun little base spot in general. Yeah, the Founder's Pack is just some skin options you get. Don't die to the scorpions. Well, very good. Or is there more here? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Don't want to fight a scorpion. Unalive sounds dumb. I was just reading his comment, alright? Think that's it? Alright. Let's get away from the scorpion, so I don't have to battle them in the middle of it. So I haven't killed Axel. Halfway through building a hunting lodge. Ooh, oh no. They're coming. I think Rad shared a slightly newer copy of what they had been working on. Stay on the bridge and I'm good to go. Definitely. All right, well, let's get into the grading on this one. First impressions, Rad. Again, awesome little build. I think you're, again, there's, as everyone has shown, like there's always some little detail, there's some little design piece that I think we can take from every single build, no matter how big, ridiculous, crazy, creative, survival. Like everyone's had really fun little ideas that we can all sort of take ideas off of. So I'm definitely very impressed. I love the attention to detail that you have in a lot of the spaces, like the spa and like the storytelling side of it is very cool. So again, like a 3.5 out of 5, because I think we still have a lot of work to do, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything's bad. You fell into the trap that many of us mega builders have, is you're building huge on a huge scale, so it takes an insane amount of time to detail out every single area when you're building on a large scale. And so it's always a struggle is finding how out, as we've talked about earlier tonight, is like so much space to just continually fill up. But as I said with like Uncle Beef's, like I can tell from the fun little design ideas that you're having, like you're headed in a really cool little direction. And like I love that you're working through a story and you're creating a fun little like village kind of idea, or almost like it feels like a resort in many ways, with like the basketball court and the arena, like entertainment areas, dance floors. Like really good job on like the lighting and using these clover roofs and like all the different things. I like that you've created this like fun, like completely not disconnected, but like a very fun very fun little idea of like creating a separated roof that isn't just necessarily like attached right at the top. I think it's a really cool little idea as well, to create like an open food area. Like I've been in restaurants that do stuff like this, and I think they're really cool. So it's a fun little design idea. So I think you've got a lot of really creative little ideas, and it's just like keep pushing, honestly. But yeah, layout and flow. I think you could improve the layout and the flow a little bit. I think your spacing between things can be just a little difficult. But again, as you build more, like give you a 3 out of 5 on the flow and layout, just because it's a little easy to get lost. And that's only specifically because I don't know this at all. And you've built a really large space through a lot of areas. So as long as you're having fun doing it, like, and you've given yourself so much room to grow and just keep building fun things, like especially because you're streaming and doing this stuff too, is like building big isn't a bad thing. It just takes so much time to detail it out. It's so time consuming to get all the materials and build all of this out. But like everywhere you have details and you've finished out like the little stuff, I think you've done a really good job on it with like the tiki bars, especially like even just the little moments like these. And it's just kind of continue pushing them and having fun with it, because that's all that really matters. But that is the one thing similar to what I had suggested for fellow Grimm, like finding ways to like naturally connect your buildings, whether that just be like pebble foundations or pebble paths, but like kind of create some like visual like options to push you sort of in the right direction.
I think could be a really cool option, and sort of like start cohesively tying these different buildings together, because I like each individual space. It's now just like, okay, how do you connect each one together a little bit more over, like, as you continue adding and building and utilizing, you've like sectioned off this huge area. So now it's like, okay, how do you connect it? Are you building, like, it looks like you're building like these little like kind of tiki hut things, like how do these start connecting to one another and like visually? And that will really quickly take this from like big open areas, like you've done a good job designing and detailing out each individual building, and the pathway, like this pathway feels very intentional. Now it's like, okay, so what is this large open space out here going to be, and how do you want to tie it together? And just the little things of how do these spaces, this exterior space that you've created, how does this start tying together, I think is where like it will go from really cool individual buildings to like, now this is like a sanctuary, and you can just kind of add more and more cool ideas to it, which obviously I can tell that you're having a lot of fun and you have a lot of creative ideas going. And so it's just like, as you find more and more time, which I know is not the easiest thing for you. You don't have as much time as maybe some of us do. I mean, I don't even have any time, so I barely can get anything done. So I know where you're at. But that's like one thing that you can kind of do, is continue like connecting, finding interesting ways to connect these different spaces, adding more detail to the outside areas. Just ran out of pebbles, but I'm gonna make paths. Yeah, exactly. And that's, again, I can only like grade and give ideas on what you've got, even if you're working on stuff. But yeah, I think that's a great place you can go to like continue pushing the layout and the flow, because I think once you're in the spaces, I think the layout has been very interesting, and like even like building on a separate grid there to like connect these two spaces, I think works really well. Scared the crap out of it. Structures and realism. I think you're headed in the right direction with a lot of it. I think maybe one thing you can start doing is kind of creating a little more structure on some of these spaces. I think you're doing fine, but like adding even a little more detail to these, like you've got structure and stuff holding these up, but some of them are kind of still floating out there and don't quite feel connected. That's more of my personal preference as well, because I grew up in architecture and that's sort of my thing. I like things to feel like, if I have this massive roof structure, I really want it to feel like it's being held up. So like little bits more detail that can be added to it, just to kind of make it like, even if it's this double one done on these as well, to kind of like beef it up a little bit. Or maybe it's like Louided did those, where are they? Like helix designs, and you can, let's see, like wrap these things around. Not that you have to take Louided's idea necessarily, but like, how do you beef these up a little bit and add a little more detail, a little more lighting? Because like, I see this thing and I want this amount of lighting on the whole entire thing. I think there's definitely some more opportunity to like continue getting to the detail as you have more and more time, of course. But like lighting in this area, because like this level of lighting on this roof would be crazy. And just like little bit by little bit, I think that would make a huge difference. The materials and aesthetics, I think in terms of like aesthetics, especially like in these areas that you've really obviously spent the majority of your time designing out, the spa, the yoga area, the hot tubs as well, the dance floor, those types of things. Like, I think you've done a really good job on the, like, I'm more of an exterior designer, and I can tell you do a really good job on like the interior details and stuff. So start spending a little bit more time going back to the outside. How can you kind of like break some of these stem walls up a little bit, or add more detail? Maybe making the walls like a half block thick, I think could be a great way to add a little more detail. Feel like them. I like that it's sort of enclosed and sort of not, but I also think maybe the enclosed spaces want to feel a little bit more enclosed. Could be a good option. As well, like adding a bit more material options. I like that you've sort of done that here, where you've got some pebbles for one, like the fireplace, and then you've got stem, and then pine, and then pebble, stem, thatch. You've done a good job kind of like mixing and matching those. So like potentially bringing some of this level of detail out into these, like maybe building the corners of these out of the pine, I think would be really nice. Just to add in, like, even if this just came down, like it's already there. I know that's a speaker, but just kind of breaking up some of these corners would be a really easy way to just sort of add in, kind of like similar to like Ace. Ace did a really good job of like pillars and stuff, little things to just kind of like break up one material. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to make the inside of this that, but building out just enough that you can sort of start to say like, okay, now there's a little bit more structure here. However that ties into the building is more up to you specifically. But if you added in just a little bit more, kind of like break up some of these bigger walls, I think you'd start to get a really interesting aesthetic going on. Especially like, I like how you've done more here where there's the stem walls and then the pine. So continuing, like picking one sort of theme, or like I like picking one combination of materials and I kind of run with that specific combination and just find unique and interesting ways, whether it's these towers go up or they stop halfway. It's kind of, that's all your creativity and what you see fitting your base best. But I'm just kind of working off of like one little piece that I've seen and just kind of breaking up some of the big walls. I'm always trying to avoid using just one material for large expanses. I like finding ways for multiple materials. Same with like, not that your storage depot needs to necessarily have a ton of details. Like a lot of the times it can just function, but breaking up some of these grass walls or even taking some of the grass from here and like bringing it into this area as well to sort of like kind of tie the three separate buildings that you have kind of into one more cohesive, as like Matthew says, like an all-inclusive resort. Like it'd be kind of cool to start feeling like one theme go throughout all these different buildings. So that's very like resort-like in many ways, is that they have one sort of theme that kind of runs through all of them. So all the buildings feel like kind of one specific thing overall. They don't feel like a handful of different buildings in the same area. They kind of feel like, okay, these are all like meant to be one family of buildings, if that makes sense. The functionality, again, everything functions really well. Like, can't knock you any points on that. That's easy 4 or 5 out of that specifically. Like, everything works. At the end of the day, you're also like building a little bit more on the story side of things as well. So it's harder to like grade specifically on function. Like, there's not a function to a dance floor. It's just fun. As I always say, you don't really have to function as long as it looks nice and it tells the story. Like, that's what the goal is, and I feel like I automatically can tell that this is a spa and resort right off the bat. So it's like you've easily accomplished creating the function through the story you're trying to tell. So you're definitely on the right track there. And then creativity and theme, again, like I could definitely tell your creativity's through the roof, man. I know you got a lot going on in life, so it's hard to put the time in to kind of keep it all going and get to the crazy level as everyone that just has endless hours and can build 24/7. But at the end of the day, like I can definitely tell, like with your yoga areas, the hot tub, the dance floor, like the creativity's there, and that's an easy 5 out of 5. And now it's like, how do you bring this level of creativity to this massive expansing like resort? And I think like you could do, jumping into like that's also in the theme, like you have this resort idea going, like look up more resorts, find out like, can you build some tennis courts, build a pool looking type thing. Like you have so many options like with a resort. Like you can go absolutely insane, and you've given yourself so much space that like you could be building on this for the next 2 years and just like having fun and continuously adding little by little. Pick off a little spot, add to it. Pick off another little spot that's not as detailed, get it all to this level, and this thing's going to be like absolutely freaking awesome. I'd be very excited to do a revisit as you continue adding, like getting to this level of detail in all these little spaces. I think is going to be really epic. Yeah, life's tough right now, and that's why we're all in different spots. So it's always hard to be like, we all have grand visions of where we want to be, but we all only have so much time on a daily basis to build. So it's like the fact that you've got as much built as you do with your life going, like everything you've got going on, you have so much more going on than any of us, man. So this is all impressive with how much you have to deal with on a daily basis, dude. Like, absolutely awesome. And more power to you that you're kicking butt and taking names, having fun with it. You're still living. Still having a good time with this stuff. I think it's awesome. I think you're doing an awesome job, and you just gotta, as I always say, just take a little piece by little piece, day by day, and you'll be amazed in a month how much detail you can do with just a little bit of time every day. Because the creativity and everything's there. Again, I kind of jumped through improvements and all those things as we were going, so kind of stop there because I think you've got the right stuff to keep this build going and build something really, really epic at the end of the day. But yeah, rad. Thank you again for letting me view this one. Awesome. Love the little details. Your creativity, man, is freaking awesome. Yeah, some chemo days. Yeah, man, I can only imagine. Oh, I hardly want to do anything on a daily basis, and I have no excuses, man. I barely get out of bed. If I didn't have a 2-year-old, I'd sleep until 10 and do nothing. You got everything. You got everything against you right now, and you're still coming out and making things happen, dude. So it's impressive. Very impressive. But yes, once again, rad. Thank you for letting us view this one, man. Very good job. Very excited to see where this goes as you continue building and adding to it. I think it's awesome. You'd vacation there? Yeah. I know. It makes me want to go back to Mexico. I was just in Mexico. I want to go back to Mexico now. Yeah, and like as we get more items, that's also like a huge part of it. Like we have so few items right now. Like I'm amazed at all the ideas people are coming up with. It's also like one of those things like we're all forced to be a little bit more creative because we don't have as many items currently. So it's like everyone is pushing the builds further and further and coming up with more interesting ways to come up with interesting things. Keep working on it and building. Sounds good, man. Keep it up. Appreciate you letting us show it off and everything. All these bases have been dope. Yeah, they really have. All right. What's up, Knife? Sorry, I didn't welcome you in. Hope you're having a good night, Knife. Doing well. Welcome to visit anytime. Thank you. Thank you. Whenever I'm in the middle of winter in the Pacific Northwest over here, my little high desert town where it's snowing and I want to go on a vacation, I'll make sure to hit you up so I can go to the bar. Shocked at what you all do with such a limited palette. Yeah, that's like a huge part of like, I'm so impressed, Joe. Like, it's one thing to be creative and crazy and enshrouded because there's nothing but options. The issue is like, how creative can you get? Whereas like right now, the challenge is how do you push the limits of something that we all have a very limited palette of stuff to use? I think it's like, that's what's been so fun is the builds have been so ridiculously. I have not once looked at a single build and went, oh, this looks like what's his face's build. Like I can make like really small things because like, oh, we all built the lamp. Like even Rad had a different design of the same lamp idea. Like we've all found different ways to do the same type of things, and no one's bases look exactly the same. No one does like that is exactly from what's his face's base. Like everyone is so unique in the way they've designed these things. Like it's been super impressive to like see the pure creativity and where everyone's building bases and all these new things, especially with like, yeah, again, a limited palette of options. Very impressive with everyone. Tonight's been a great night of bases coming back too. Okay, how many?
6. I'm tempted to call it because a couple of these bases I want to save. Like, we've had so many good bases tonight. I kind of want to save a couple of these for next week. When is this coming to PS5? I'm getting impatient. Man, it's so far from PS5. Like, well, one. Yes, knife. Thank you. Let's do this real fast before I keep talking. Anyone that has a little extra cash, instead of buying a cup of coffee tomorrow or going out to lunch this week, please, 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 if you have the funds, don't overstretch yourself. We definitely have people in the community that can afford it, but we are supporting Extra Lives this month through the 31st. If you're not part of it, there's a pinned message on YouTube and Twitch. There's a link in my About section on Twitch, and there is also a community event Discord that everyone should go out and join. This is the grounded specific content creators in the community kind of put this together. Mostly C-Dinky, Apex, and Jade have kind of been putting the whole thing together for everyone, but we're doing our own community content creator sort of event thing through the end of the month that anyone that streams or does anything can be a part of. Tomorrow and Thursday, we'll be doing the Peeper Challenge part of this on stream, along with some building and stuff too. But please, if you can, go support Extra Lives. It's an awesome charity. It's every week the Obsidian crew does an Extra Life stream raising money for children's hospitals and stuff. So it's awesome charity. Really cool event. I'm super excited that I got invited to be kind of a part of it and join in the crew. I might be along with the Peeper Challenge, which is just a fun live streaming event we get to do on stream for potential prizes for people who do streams and content. We're also doing a build competition, just building a starter base. Again, all the info is on that Discord. And then there's also an art contest based around kind of like a Halloween theme and grounded. So fun little events, little prizes for the winners, the community. Kind of, I think myself and maybe a couple other people are potentially going to be the building judges, and then we'll pick out the kind of like top 5, and then from there the idea will be letting the community on a poll vote for who the winner is at the end of the day. So super fun little stuff. Also, not just going to be these events. This is going to be something that I think the guys or the crew in the community of content creators are excited to do future events. There's also, like, if you're interested in an specific event or challenge, there's a suggestion chat in that Discord as well, so you can post ideas if you have challenges that we can do and stuff we can do, live streams, and just kind of over time continue gathering money and collecting money for an awesome charity. So anyone that can, Knife just donated. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I think we got a long ways to go, so we gotta kind of get it in gear. I don't think anyone's quite started this challenge quite yet. It just started yesterday. But very cool opportunity. I'm super excited to be able to use my platform a little bit to help raise some money for charity, and make this bigger than just me streaming and doing my thing, building and stuff. I think it's really exciting to be able to kind of collect this community together and help grow and help other people that are less fortunate. So very cool opportunity, and appreciate anyone that can help and donate there. Very, very cool opportunity. Like the video and share if you want to help the community grow as well. Thank you, Knife. You have infinite money? I wish. We have no money right now. My wife just quit her job today, so we are in broke town, baby. I gotta start cranking it at work, man. No, she's gonna start doing freelance stuff and spend more time with our kids, so it'll be fun. Knife? No, Knife doesn't have as much money anymore. He spent all his money on a dope computer. He's investing in his streaming life now. Now he's like, oh, I can't donate to everyone because I gotta support myself and my stream. It's amazing how much money you can save too. I live in a way too expensive a place in this country. It's nuts. Sucks. Are you trying to tell me I should pimp out my dog, Alfredo? You did all that on Xbox? Dang. That's impressive, too. I should start soon. I need to test streams. Yeah, definitely, man. Let us know. Yeah, I'm going to charge for the pup cams, right? $1 to my name. Hey, well, you're also, like, probably the youngest person here, Duck. You're still in school and stuff, so. We have big boy jobs. I'm twice your age, so. As sad as that is to say, I'm over twice your age. Literally over twice your age. So it would be sad if I had no money. It's pretty tough to be 14 and make good money, man. Nothing till you get your disability check. Yeah, that's a pain, man. Glad you get something though. Old like mold. By the way, Joe, your frickin' base tour with Chip was frickin' awesome, man. So cool. Looks so freaking awesome. I'm so excited. When the heck does this Enshrouded update come out? Why have they not announced this? I feel like they said it and then they haven't done anything. Like, I'm waiting here. When's the release date? Like, I want some water. I'm loving Grounded. I'm having a lot of fun, but I also, like, I kind of want to switch it up and jump between the two a little bit more. Is October. I mean, there's 10 days left? Like, 10 days? How have they not announced the release date if it's, like, 10 days out? I hope that doesn't mean it's delayed or something. Or they're just going to drop it randomly. Yeah, man, let me know. That'd be dope. I'd love to see it. I'm like pumped because I'm like kind of in like this like holding zone until we get the winter update for Grounded. Like I have lots of little things to build, but I'm getting close to that build limit and stuff with all my random crap. So I'm like kind of want to jump in between Enshrouded when that update comes out and spend a little bit of time there and kind of I'd enjoy doing base reviews in that as well at some point. I don't want to Chip to steal all the fun. The dreaded build limit. Yeah, Tiny Pirate knows what it's about. Freaking pebble paths galore over there. Really check out building in Conan. Yeah, as I get more time, I think these next couple months are going to be a little iffy on my time and what I can do. Just with my wife till my mom's back watching our kid more often, and my wife can figure out her job path and all those things. Like, we're a little up in the air, but I'm very hopeful that we can kind of like slowly start adding in. I kind of got the green light as part of not necessarily streaming every night of the week or anything, but I might be able to add in a little bit more time here and there, potentially stream a little earlier or a little longer depending on what it is. And so we might be able to add in a couple more games or play a little Grounded and then Enshrouded. Just kind of depends on what's going to happen. But yeah, the plan is potentially to be taking this thing a little bit further. What is the build limit? I'm building big and worried. If you go back and watch Alfredo's build, Alfredo is at the build limit. And I don't know if they have more stuff, but like a great example, like Fellow Grim. Straight spacing. Yeah, the Fellow Grim is also at the build limit. So if you looked at their base tonight, they also have multiple other bases. So you can get an idea, like you got to build big. You have to build really big or use a ton of items to hit it. It's not something you can do super easily. Or like Tiny Pirate Gaming, you can just build paths across the entire map and get to it pretty fast. That's a good way to get straight to the build limit pretty quick. But you got to get quite a bit out there. You got to build quite a bit. It's not super easy to. Their marketing team was on vacation, just got back this week. Okay, that would make sense. At the end of the month, yeah, I'm just waiting though. I want to hear a date. Castle in Valheim fell apart after the recent update, so there went that. Dude, that's such a bummer. That's such a bummer. I always wanted to play Enshrouded. I'm going to hop into it if you start streaming that. Yeah, Alfredo, you definitely should. I'm 100% going to be streaming some Enshrouded, especially because we're just like,
with Grounded being in early access right now, like while we're waiting for updates, like I'm not gonna just grind out Grounded 2 until 1.0. Like I'm gonna have to switch it up because 3 or 4 months. Now, once we get the winter update, that's potentially a different story because there's gonna be so much new stuff that I think we'll probably be able to ride that out for a little while. But like in between then and now, I think Enshrouded's new update with the water is going to be freaking fantastic. So I'd be more than happy to show off. And the build in Enshrouded that we've got going on is freaking insane too. So I'm very excited to get back to that because I kind of hit builder's block in Enshrouded, and I just was kind of like I needed a break, and life was kind of in the way at that point. So I don't think I really gave Enshrouded like my full attention like I wanted to, and I'm really excited to get back to building this like cathedral thing that we were building because I think it's pretty epic. Filled every ranger outpost with floors, filled Burgle's heads, built a fairly big main base, and covered half the playable map with paths and lights. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Very few people can get that. Building a large diagonal bridge. Yeah, I saw some of your diagonal bridges that looked epic. So on a larger scale would be awesome. It comes to Xbox in January, that'd be really cool. There's a couple people that like Jay Grimm was super interested, but not until it comes out in Xbox. And someone was saying, when does this game come to PS5? At least not until it's out of early access, so minimum a year if what they're currently showing is the only early access they're doing, which we don't technically know. It could go longer than that. They could be the summer update goes into 1.0. We don't really have enough info to know. And then from there, then they have to make it a PS5 game. So like a great example is they didn't make Switch and PS5 until over a year after the full release. So if it's anything like the first game, you're 2 years out. Because I know PlayStation was an absolute nightmare in terms of like the updates. Like it was not, they slowed everything down. So it was not very fun. Dealing with PS5 specifically because they have way stricter standards for getting out like early access and updates and all that. Started using a resource world 2 for my builds. My time got cut short, so I can't mine resources. That honestly, I think that's the best thing you can do in Enshrouded. Like it was such a pain to mine the resources. Almost 1 a.m., just 1 more hour till bed for me. Why are you staying up till 2? Holy cow. Welcome in, MX. Hope you're having a great one from Germany. Nice. Love to hear it. Assuming you've probably heard of the wonderful German game developers making Enshrouded. Super awesome game. Ooh, 8 a.m. That doesn't sound too bad. It's 11 here now, so a little late. Looked at PAX Die just recently, seen some gameplay. I've seen some gameplay, but I haven't actually played it. 2 a.m. and you're still building? Holy cow. Yeah, Enshrouded's a very good game, definitely. I'm excited to get back into it. We have a couple live streams. I didn't make enough videos on it. I never got far enough in my build. I just kind of built a bunch of big random things, and I never got to the point where I was like ready to make a full base tour video, but I'm hoping at some point here soon we can kind of build the rest of this stuff out that I've been working on and do it. But if you're interested in it, there's some old streams that show off some of my stuff that I was building. That was a lot of fun. But yeah. All right. I think I'm going to call it here. Ooh, an epic idea for the water. Can't wait. I'm super excited. I already had ideas for water. I've already built water with ice in my world, so I'm super excited for water and more ideas to come up too. Be really cool. Super excited about it. It'll be really fun, and we get to do that probably within the next 10 days, potentially. So that's going to be really epic, too. But yeah, so it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to call it here. I know we probably could have done a couple more base tours, but I want to save some of these other good ones. We have Niles base, Travis B's a really cool one. John Wall has a really cool one. Eddie has a nice, cool base as well. Astra Lizard and Busani TV also want to do updated tours as well. So next Tuesday, we have another kind of like stacked lineup of really cool bases. So it's going to be some really cool stuff again. But once again, I appreciate everyone hanging out. If you haven't, make sure to check out the donation link for extra lives. Again, tomorrow we'll be doing a little bit of fun challenge stream before we start building for the first hour or so. So tomorrow and Thursday, we'll start with the Peeper V peep our version 2 live streams, trying to support Extra Life's charity. And then after that, we'll kind of go back into our normal building streams. And so we'll have a little bit of fun, see how bad I am at actually playing the game instead of just building the whole time. So that should be a fun experience. And we'll hopefully raise some money for an awesome charity and be good. But I appreciate everyone hanging out. You guys have been awesome. Appreciate the support. Thank you again for letting me view your guys' bases. Freaking blown away by all this craziness. You guys are freaking awesome. Your building just gets better and better. I'm very, very excited to keep showing those off. Every Tuesday we're back, and hopefully we'll be potentially streaming a bit more here in the next couple weeks. It might be another month until I have a bit more time, but after that, I think we should be going ham on it. But other than that, I appreciate everyone hanging out with me tonight. Thank you for the support. Make sure to join the Discord if you have not, as well as like and support everything. And we'll catch you. Sorry, I posted a couple times. The YouTube doesn't work. But I will catch you tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for kind of our normal build stream and an extra little fun challenge to get us started. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.